So I'm going to now introduce the program and we'll get started. So we have an awesome lineup today of speakers. And we have today Dr. Bosio, doctor and professor. He's a global citizenship author and educator. We've got Firth-Butterfield, Good Tech Advisory CEO. We have Carolyn Hickman, our youth psychotherapist and author. And from World System Solutions, we have Amie Rafter, the vice president of programs, and John Jones, the CEO. So we'll be hearing from them throughout our program. This is the format of the day. We'll hear from Amie first, and she will share an overview about our programs and why we're here today and why it's so important. And then we'll hear from Dr. Emiliano Bosio on ethical global citizenship education, followed by question and answer discussion with him. And then we will hear from Firth-Butterfield on creating the future with AI. And we'll have question and answer and discussion with her. And then we'll have Carolyn Hickman speaking from eco-anxiety to eco-empathy with Q&A and discussion. And finally, we'll hear from John Jones on global transformation, unification, and alignment for a sustainable world. And that will be our summit for today. One more thing, at the WSS, we record all of our meetings, and this helps us get to review, synthesize, and share the content. So the meeting today is being recorded, and you'll get the recording afterwards. And for those of you who want to remain anonymous and not on the recordings, we'll make sure to respect that and take any image, voice, or name off. And if you would not, and we'll have the transcript from the event. And so what we do with that is we create a post-summit AI synthesis and summary. And so we can share. So that means that all summaries then created across the summits are able to be then synthesized further together. And this is a model and method that we can enact in our Phoenix Global Transformation Platform, which is a massive global synthesis tool for solutions to the climate crisis. And we'll hear more about that later. So what does this mean for you? This means all of your input, whether it be in the chat or verbally voicing it out loud, will be factored into the synthesis. So your voice and your ideas and your insights and intentions are then being aggregated and transformed into our solution generation. So thank you so much for being here and for sharing. And if you would not, all comments are anonymous. And if you also would just not like your chat comments or vocal comments factored into the synthesis, you can private message Cheryl and just let her know that. Lastly, before I introduce Amie, we want to honor that you're here. So we offer a certificate of completions for anyone who is here for the whole time. And that's like a professional development offering. And then we offer a LinkedIn badge or a social media badge for anyone who's here for at least 50% of the time. And for those of you who may not have registered yet, in order to get these to you, we would love it for you to give your email or register. So you can write to Megan about that. So again, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to pass the mic over to Amie Rafter, our Vice President of Programs. Thank you so much, Amie.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Good morning. Let me get my slides up here. Welcome, welcome. It's so wonderful to see you all here. And I just want to thank you so much for taking your time on a Saturday. That alone represents that we're a very special group of people that truly care about these topics, care about what's going on in the world. So I feel this is already an extension of our global family, and it gives me hope for the world that more and more of us can come together and start to understand what's going on. So I want to also take a moment just to thank the WSS Unity team. Our team of volunteers works extremely hard to pull these events together. And I just want to honor their time and their energy and their process. These events are donation based. And if you have an opportunity to provide your support to keep these events going, we really appreciate it. And we'll share that information throughout the summit. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about World System Solutions and what we're doing here with the WSS EmpowerED workshops. So World System Solutions is a nonprofit corporation out of the US. Our vision is that through conscious collaboration, we will unite, organize, mobilize, and align humanity in common purpose to resolve the climate crisis. Together as a global collective community, we will generate a sustainable global future via intelligent application of technology and resources. And our mission is to create a conscious collaboration technology infrastructure and education system that is empowering existing stakeholders, resources, organizations, government institutions to solve the climate crisis and avoid the collapse of life on our planet. And our strategy is to empower women, young people, and diversity through education to solve the climate crisis. So we'll get into this in more detail. This was a big mouthful. What I'll just say is that our organization holistically looks at every aspect of the human life process to try to understand what is creating the climate crisis, what is preventing us from solving it, and what is our tools at hand that we can use to collaborate to come together and change that. So we feel there's a fundamental shift in consciousness that needs to occur on our planet that allows us to come together in a new way. And we also need to remove all barriers that are keeping us in old value states that would prevent us from understanding truths that need to be worked with at all levels of society, at all nations, in order to make this happen. So we don't see ourselves as the problem solvers as an organization. We're hoping to create a platform and an education system that empowers everyone to come together in that way and do everything we can to do that. And we invite all of you to be a part of that and give your input. So again, thank you so much for being here. And we're so excited to get to know you and learn from you. And that's why we're here as well. So thanks. So education, the global situation, there's a global need. This is taken from the United Nations. They've stated it so well that education confronts a dramatic triple crisis. The crisis of equity and inclusion. Millions are out of school. The last data that I saw is still from 2019, which was pre-COVID. So I know it's much higher than this now. And if you add in global conflict and the climate crisis and migrations, that's accelerating at a rapid rate. We have a crisis of quality because even those that are in school are not learning the basics. And we have a crisis of relevance in the fact that most educational systems are not equipping the new generations with the values, knowledge, and skills they need to thrive in today's rapidly changing landscape of the poly crisis and technology acceleration paradigm. And we're going to talk about that today as well. I always share a quote. This is our 4th summit, but I love this quote from the UN. So I like to take what's not reinvent the wheel and just because it speaks it so well. It says, the time has come to reflect anew on how we understand and what we expect of education. Education must be understood as a holistic learning process, a process through which we learn how to learn throughout our lives. We learn how to do and how to work in this rapidly changing world. We learn how to live together with respect for each other and for nature, and especially a process through which we learn how to be, how to live, and how to enjoy a full and meaningful life. This implies rethinking both the content and the methods of education. Schools must be transformed so that they include everyone, regardless of circumstance, context, or background. Teachers must be supported to become valued agents of change. The digital revolution can be harnessed to expand access and to ensure more creative ways of teaching and learning. To educate every person, we need bold and urgent transformative action. So we also, this is the global situation. I also want to touch that there's local needs. So I'm hailing from the US in California. It's quite early here. And I can speak to my own experience as a mother of middle school girls. These are things I talk with parents all the time, but we have a recognition that we're focusing on the wrong metrics for our students. And this is different across the world. That said, for example, in the US, the metrics are still based on standardized testing. And that focus in the public school system is also creating a competitive environment that's bifurcating the social strata as well. So those of means can move their children to private schools if they don't feel their local school's performing. And if the local school is not performing, they're not getting resources, which is also further underserving the students there. The need to transform and expand curriculum is also very present. Again, at a middle school level, my daughter said to me, Mom, they told us about climate change, the science, but they never said we should do anything about it. What do we do? And, these gaps of not starting at an early age to help children understand the world they're living in and what's going on and how they can actually participate in it is a real issue. While the situation with AI, which is going to be discussed today, is so vital to understand, and most folks do not. Either they want to stay away from the topic in general as this big scary thing, or they might be blindly engaging with it and be dragged into algorithms in addictive and harmful ways that they're also not aware of, that is actually keeping them from growing and evolving and actualizing as humans as well. So that piece also, we believe, needs to be included in the education system, because these same things can be used as tools if they're understood. We also need to transform the decision-making and consciousness of local leaders and build leaders for the future. So again, our current education system as it stands, as we see it, is not preparing students to be leaders in the world that we're in today and that we're moving into with an accelerating poly crisis. So the education just isn't there to have good leadership. And we are an apolitical organization. This isn't a statement about that. It's just an understanding holistically from the local to the global level of the way that leadership is working and how they're prioritizing their modes of operating, not to come together, not to understand that we have global issues. We can't deal with them on a local level. We have to all integrate that together. And then, of course, we need to build conscious community around our education systems that can actually grow and support these education systems in alignment with the state of the world and higher values that serve the locality while fostering global awareness. So part of this education program today, and education in general, is the awareness piece. And I like to say, we can't understand what we're not aware of. And we're all, if many of you here are very connected to what's going on with the climate crisis, and I honor you for that, many still are not. That said, we can't accept what we don't understand, and we can't change what we don't accept. And that's a process. And if there's not even awareness within our education systems, we have a long way to go to make change, because there's an integration of the awareness into facilitating understanding, to walk through the acceptance, the pain of the acceptance of what we're facing right now, to be, I'm sure what Dr. Bosio is going to share with us about global citizenry, and move into a paradigm where we really can make the changes and make the sacrifices that are not necessarily sacrifices, the ways that we need to move our lives into a way that's going to be more sustainable for the long term. So as an organization, we use this diagram as our sort of guiding star diagram, representing 3 superordinate goals that we feel need to be worked with on an ongoing basis as a decision support mechanism for anything that goes on in our world. The first being that we need to reharmonize humanity with nature. Our modern societies and humans in general have sort of evolved outside of the ecosystem from the standpoint of feeling, to be honest, I live in Northern California. It was 113 degrees yesterday. And I'm able to survive that because I have a home that has air conditioning, and I'm able to insulate myself, and I'm able to eat food that is out of season. I'm able to, do a lot of things that don't, force me to be in that direct adaptation moment to moment, and can actually remove me emotionally, physically, and mentally from what's really going on. A fire broke out literally within 2 miles of my house yesterday. And, these are amazing things that are happening. We can all see, and yet we're disassociated because we also are protected from it. That's not a bad thing. That said, we need to get back into harmony with the cycles of nature and reintegrate into our embodiment as well, because technology has sort of taken us into mental intellectual paradigms that, again, have removed us from the natural cycles of the earth, and we need to reconnect with that in a holistic way. Renewal, conservation, rebalancing, regeneration of ecosystems. Again, there's a lot that needs to be done to bring back the ecosystems that we've damaged, and again, to build systems and everything we do throughout our supply chains that regenerate, not just consume, not just feed on the planet and use up limited natural resources. Sustainability, resilience, and adaptation, solutions to the climate crisis. Again, these are obvious things. That said, we have a big mess to clean up right now, and we need to come up with solutions fast, and they need to be solutions that are conscious, sustainable, and for the public good, and not just for profit motive, not just short-term band-aids, not just siloed things that don't integrate with the intersection of society, and all the different cultures and all the different nations that are affected. Now, the circle in the middle represents the pieces that all need to come online to make this outer circle happen. So alignment, education is what we're talking about today, of course. That said, education that harmonizes with, equal inclusivity, that we need synchronization and global reorganization of how we're structured in our boundaries at our nations and our localities. Our values and priorities need to shift. We need to find a way to unify in common purpose, whatever way that is, in the right direction. We need to turn the Titanic all going the same way, away from the iceberg. And we need alignment on that. And to be able to mobilize and act and be activated in a really healthy way with the right information in the right ways with the right leadership. And these arrows around represent that technology is going to be necessary for that. We cannot, in this moment with the population that we have and the issues at hand, where we need to use these amazing tools we developed. I'm amazed right now. I mean, how many time zones are we how many countries that we're transcending time and space in this moment globally to be together in this conversation. So we can do this. We have these tools just like Zoom to make this happen. And it's just a matter of focus. And if we as a species can literally take this as a kaleidoscope, this is our lens, this is what we're looking through as our telescope every moment with every decision to say, does it map to this? This can be a decision framework for humanity. So this is what we operate within our organization. And we also are doing an alignment with the 17 United Nations SDGs that are working very hard with 2030 goals, and at a very difficult situation, trying to affect that happening without this inner circle moving in a really substantial way with a platform to help us do it. So EmpowerED. So this is a specific program within World System Solutions that we've developed that's, again, specific to the necessary need to redesign education for the globe, and to hopefully activate as many people as we can in new understandings and integrate those understandings into activation and in many, many ways, and build collaboration. So the goal of the program is to discover pathways to empower youth, women, and underrepresented groups. This isn't lip service. We really, really, really believe that without doing that, we're not solving anything. It's just not happening. And the gender inequity, the lack of the disempowerment of youth that's actually occurring via technology in this moment is literally keeping us from solving the climate crisis. And so we just feel that's why it's number one, and why we're here today also. Understand how the near-term application of AI and technology can be used to redesign the education system. Again, if you're not connected to the AI conversation, you're going to learn about that today. And I'm so grateful to have Kay here. And it's truly, truly amazing what these tools are able to do in this moment, where it's going. And applied consciously, they can accelerate learning and integration of information in ways that humans wouldn't be able to do for themselves. And it can build collaborative capacity versus taking from it. So that's our intention, and we want to understand that more, and how we can literally apply that into the education system and update our education system with these tools to accelerate that process, support teachers, support students, and create new. We need a new state of consciousness to create new solutions. So we're also exploring how the educational system can be transformed to create green jobs. So again, this is necessary. We need students to be created for the jobs that are going to be in the sustainability field, not just the same, let's build worker bees into institutions that are designed just to make money. And that's our only goal, and drive market share and drive growth. That is not sustainable. So creating a stronger paradigm of green job creation so that also students can be supported to have healthy lives with jobs and with families and the things they need to support themselves as well, that align with that reharmonization with the planet and that regeneration and sustainability. Understand the need for the Phoenix platform. We're going to touch on this. So the Phoenix platform is the name of the platform that World System Solutions has architected and is working to develop. And it's designed to essentially take all of these learnings, understand that we need a way to organize global collective efforts to make these transitions. It's not going to be in a piecemeal way. We have to have an integrated way to weave the fabric together of all the localities into global understandings, where we can murmurate between the global and the local with information that, again, moves faster, accelerates everyone, templatizes, and drives collaboration in a whole new way, so that summits like this become thousands and hundreds of thousands, and from these people can meet and move forward and be activated and have the right information in real time right away to go get to work. And so we are designing that. We feel that's essential, and it would be designed for every nation, NGO, every person, every business, every corporation to participate if they so chose, in this common purpose that we need to build solutions, and we need to come together in love and harmony to do that. And then, of course, this is a series of network of ongoing workshops, and our program also is developing an intern development program that is designed to offer alternative education to high school students in this moment. So we want to expand it to college students. So offering them some basic information on climate and AI and where it's at, where is it going, and then helping them to build their own education curriculum, but for youth by youth, speaking in their own language via their own understandings to each other, and driving these conversations within the youth community and supporting that, while hopefully allowing them to bring that into schools directly and affecting their own curriculum, educating their parents, educating the educators. They need to do that for us. We need, in my generation, to be told what to do at this moment. And the youth need to help us and we need to listen. And it's really important we do that so that we can move forward. So we're building that out. And if there's interest in that, we'll share information how to get in touch with us. So again, we're trying to practice what we preach by both offering these educational summits with these amazing speakers, these amazing understandings, and then integrating them into an ongoing program for youth participation in our organization. So I want to touch on this transformation to sustainability and the intersection of climate crisis, education, and technology, and where we're at with generative AI. And today we have three amazing speakers with three different topics. And to some people, that might seem like disparate topics. And the intersection of these topics is what we really want to focus on. So if we don't redesign the education system, we're not solving the climate crisis. If the climate crisis understandings are not built into the education system, can't be redesigned. Technology needs to support education. Technology needs to be used to solve the climate crisis. Technology needs to be educated about and also governed and understood in a way that is ethical and doesn't take us off in another direction. So right now, the three of these are pulling us in three different directions. We need to bring them together into one and see that they're all one curve and move them all together. And if we don't align these, we're not going to have a chance. And so that's why we as an organization focus on this intersection in everything we do, because you can't have one without the other. Otherwise, you're leaving a major factor on the table that is going to disrupt the other. So as we look at what's going on today, here's our beautiful speakers. I want you to really connect with what is the intersection of their topics. Think about it. Think about why it's important, why they all carry this piece of the puzzle, and where the overlap is, and how do they, each of their work affect each other's, and how does it affect our ability to evolve our values and consciousness as a species? And can you see this as an ecosystem of understanding, not just, oh, I learned about this, and I learned about this, and learned about this. It's an entire ecosystem of understanding that's designed to facilitate constructive change in alignment with the three superordinate goals I mentioned: the reharmonization, sustainability, and regeneration. So there are a lot of other bubbles, and this is our 4th summit. And if you get the opportunity to look at some of our others, we do have them recorded. They're on our YouTube channel with other key topics and amazing speakers relative to women's empowerment, modern slavery, different climate issues, and all kinds of topics that all are part of this integration and this ecosystem that needs to be moved into this new curriculum. So just want to have that be understood. So as you maybe listen a little different, you're holding that. How do these intersect? How do they need to work together? And what would it mean? What would it mean for these 3 speakers if they came together and collaborated very specifically to expand their understanding, for example? And then how does that expand and expand and expand with all of your expertise in the room? And how would that look in a university setting? And how do we create that ecosystem? So I mentioned Phoenix, and again, I'm not going to go deep into this or talk about the architecture, except to say, does it make sense that integrating the type of understandings of these 3 speakers with the other 12 or so amazing speakers that we've had, I'm sorry, I think it's 12 beyond that so far. We need a place to come together. We need a platform that allows collaboration to occur with technology, with tools, with software, with ways of activating locally, ways of connecting with the right people at the right time, ways to align with experts from all over the world, ways to have really good data served up. And we can use AI to support all of that in a really accelerated way. So the Phoenix platform is designed to do that, to filter out the noise, to create a network that people can engage in that gets them with their expertise, their passions, to the places that's needed to create solutions across the globe. And we are doing a lot of things to look to support that. And we feel without a global system, then we won't impact at the scale we need. So that is in development. And John Jones, our CEO, is going to speak a little more about that later. I just wanted to talk about the need for it because this piece right here seems to be the missing piece. I am so grateful that I get to spend every day talking to people like you and people from all over the world that are running nonprofits and key organizations and government people that are trying very, very hard to make change in the world. And they're doing it in their own little world. And there's just not this way to constructively connect. The social media paradigm we have is preventing that from happening. It's not facilitating that coming together in a real time and fast enough way. So this is what this platform is intended to do, and to level up the way we collaborate through the AI augmentation as well. So look forward to sharing more about that with you all. We also have a program that goes in tandem with the EmpowerED program called the Climate Emergency Response Forums. So this is a global summit, again, designed around education to empower youth. What we call the SURF forums are also an education delivery system where we do in-person workshops, bringing together transdisciplinary experts of all different areas, whether it's government, indigenous people, spiritual leaders, NGO, climate folks, AI folks, education PhDs, youth activists. We bring them all in a room and we do these workshopping cross-collaboration exercises, and we bring AI into that and we have it listen, and we get synthesis and learning off of what happens in this collaborative process. And that's an expanding program that is also in alignment with the technology program that we're building, because These are community-based activations that we can do, and we can bring together stakeholders in any community across the world to come together and teach them to collaborate and teach them to dive deeper and deeper into their understandings across disciplines to develop new creative solutions and align stakeholders in a new way that can then activate in their communities. And we can again allow the AI that's listening to up-level their learnings in that process. By synthesizing and mirroring back what they're experiencing and what would help them collaborate and what might the next piece of information they need towards their solution set. And they can build templates from that, and they can expand their impact rapidly. So we've done 2 of those now. We just did one in Santa Barbara, and it's building an amazing global network of organizations and community leaders that we hope to expand as well. So if you're interested in those in the future, please also get in touch with us. So I'm going to wrap up. I know we have a big day today. I don't want to take all the time. I want you guys to spend your time with our amazing speakers. Just to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Today, each of our speakers carries a key piece of the puzzle. And I already mentioned it's so necessary that they be brought together in this conversation. And I want to thank our speakers so much for offering their time, and just so grateful. They are a powerhouse of expertise, and I'm so excited to hear from them. Our workshops are designed with you in mind. We want to co-create with you. So these summits are not designed to be a push of information. Please ask questions, please engage with the speakers, and please share in the chat. We want to know everything you have to say. We want to move these into ongoing collaborations, reach out to us, connect. That's the point. This is not a one and done type of, do a song and dance and leave. We're here to work. We want to work with you. So that's what this design is about. And we really feel just the world's requiring this of us. It's not a nice to have. The planet itself is saying it's time. And time is running out. And 113 degrees isn't nothing. I mean, it's pay attention, and are we paying attention? If we are, and I think you all are, because that's why you're here, then we know that this work is essential. And today and every day is just an opportunity. So this is the new day. I just woke up. Let's make it happen. I'm ready to change the world with you, and help us help you, and let's help each other, and let's help everyone else on the planet that isn't here. It's our developmental inflection point. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, so good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your current location, and it is a real pleasure to be here with you. I want to thank the World System Solution team for inviting me to deliver this talk, and my name is Emiliano Bosio. I'm a professor of education based in Japan, and I've authored and co-authored multiple scientific articles in the field of global citizenship, critical, transformative, ethical, values-based pedagogy, collaborating with scholars such as Carlos Alberto Torre, Henry Giraud, Youssef Aktid, Peter McLaren, and others. So some of my recent books include, as you can see on screen, Conversations on Global Citizenship Education in Routledge, Global Citizenship Education in the Global South in Brawl, Value Creating Education in Routledge, The Emergence of the Ethically Engaged University in Springer, and international journal publications include Exploring Values and Knowledge in Global Citizenship Education with William Gaudelli, Carlos Alberto Torres, Ethical Global Citizenship Education with Anne Shuttle, and Critical Pedagogy and Global Citizenship with Henry Giraud. So currently, as Tracy shared with you previously, I'm guest editing with Youssef Aktid, who is based in South Africa, and Silken Schraub, who is based in Germany, a new special issue in the UNESCO International Review of Education on philosophical, ethical, and pedagogical perspectives on global citizenship education, a critical examination with educators from the global north and the global south. So if you're interested in this topic, please feel free to get in touch. I guess the team later will post some of the details, and you can contact me anytime. Let me also mention that I'm the editor of the Global Citizenship Education video interview series. So this interview series on global citizenship is publicly available on YouTube, and the series to date has featured over 50 scholars worldwide, including James Banks, the father of multicultural education from the University of Washington, Beth Leask, La Trobe University, Simon Marginson, Oxford University, Hans de Witt, Boston College, among others. And so the Global Citizenship Education Interview Series provides what I call a video roadmap to relevant experiences in global citizenship education. And so the series aims to be a valuable resource for three groups of viewers: educators seeking to integrate their theoretical understanding of global citizenship into teaching practices, researchers new to global citizenship looking for dynamic starting points for their research, but also general viewers interested in learning more about the history, philosophy, and practice of global citizenship education. And so this webinar today is given by a scholar who is based in Japan, Tokyo, and who has collaborated with academics worldwide, including those in both the global North and the global South. So for instance, my experience includes working with scholars in countries such as South Africa, Tanzania, Trinidad and Tobago, Malawi, Ghana, India, Zimbabwe, Mexico, Jordan, the United States, the United Kingdom, Israel, Canada, Brazil, Italy, South Korea, China, and Japan. And so in many ways, therefore, my teachings, and particularly my scientific publications and international talks, are informed and inspired, I would say shaped by the valuable insight from the numerous scholars who participated in my interview series on global citizenship. To give you an example, an excellent outcome of my international collaboration with experts across pedagogical fields is my recent book, Ethical Global Citizenship Education. And this will be soon published by Cambridge University Press and is available for preview in the Intercultural Communication series on their website. And so the book is partially informed by the rich variety of conversations I had with international scholars in my Global Citizenship Education video interview series. And I believe this will be an influential work, not only because it is published by Cambridge University Press, a highly respected publisher, but also because the book is written in a way that is accessible to both academics and general readers. So before we start, let me briefly share that I recently returned from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where I had the pleasure of speaking at the Times Higher Education Asia University Summit 2024. And so the panel titled Innovative Approaches to Curriculum Design and Skills Development addressed key questions related to global citizenship education, but I should say also more generally related to higher education and institutional educations worldwide. So for instance, how can universities strike a balance between specialization and an holistic education approach? How can we equip students for careers that do not yet exist? Should we integrate ethical, value-centric knowledge into the curriculum? So these are some of the key questions the panel addressed. And so the summit provided an excellent platform to explore themes of ethics, passion, sustainability, climate change, and AI in pedagogy and curriculum design. And so these discussions are central to the evolving role of educational institutions in shaping ethical future leaders and global citizens. And I believe that the topics of global citizenship education, new technologies, media platforms, AI, climate anxiety and climate change in young people, social justice, and contribution to the common good are all part of an interconnected web of challenges and opportunity. And so if discussed critically and ethically, they hold the potential to make our planet more just and sustainable. So what is global citizenship education? Global citizenship education is concerned with developing the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that learners need to be able to contribute to a more inclusive, just, and peaceful world. Ethical global citizenship education is a reflective educational framework that fosters ethical principles, for example, fairness, equality, compassion, and integrity, and knowledge. ethical global citizenship education develops students' global understanding, self-awareness, cross-cultural compassion, and sense of accountability for achieving the common good at home and overseas, a readiness to speak out and become actively involved in efforts to address key issues of shared global concern and human values, such as empathy and unity toward sustainability. Ethical global citizenship education represents a pedagogical approach through which educators make a distinct commitment to students' liberation of the human spirit toward critical and global justice concepts. So the concept of global ethic informs and inspires ethical global citizenship education. The notion of global ethic, when used in the context of ethical global citizenship education, refers to all components of the learning teaching process as well as components of the student experience. And so this is a conceptualization of global citizenship education pedagogy and curriculum in which educators make a specific commitment to learners' emancipation of the human spirit. And so from an ethical perspective, some of the central orientations of ethical global citizenship education are promoting social justice and reduction of global and local inequality. I always stress the fact that global citizenship education is not only about the global, it's definitely about the connection between the local and the global. And so the aim of an ethically oriented global citizenship education, as I was mentioning, is then to assist learners in reflecting critically on their opinions and to assist them in being part of the creation of a new future with its roots in social justice and sustainability. This encompasses at least 5 key elements: decolonialism, caring ethics, eco-critical views, global moral consciousness, and humanity empowerment. So let me now discuss these 5 key elements. Let me address the first element, decolonialism. So the type of ethical global citizenship education I discuss in my publications and books promotes decoloniality and diversity rather than neutral universal subjectivities. We must develop in our learners what I call hyper self-reflexivity with a pedagogical focus on dissensus that would assist learners in dealing with complexity and paradox. Let me address the second element, caring ethics. Ethical global citizenship education promotes the concept of cura personalis in Latin or caring ethics in English, while encouraging learners to care for individuals and human rights as foundational pillar. And so from this angle, ethical global citizenship education represents a pursuit of holistic education encompassing outcomes that include spirituality, art, aesthetics, and ethics, as well as ambitions towards the creation of peace in line with the UNESCO Commission reports of Jacques Delors titled Learning the Treasure Within. And this emphasizes the importance of living in harmony with one another and with the rest of the planet, where planet has a capital P. Let me address the third element, eco-critical perspective. Ethical global citizenship education encourages ecological consciousness and supports learners to examine the injustice created by humanity's perception that it is the supreme being on earth. And so by swapping out ego for eco, we can move the focus away from a human-centric attitude. And therefore, one of the objectives of the ethical global citizenship education is to foster in our students eco-ethical consciousness that considers the environmental and social impacts caused by human decisions effectively indivisible. Let me address the fourth element, global moral consciousness. The global moral consciousness element of ethical global citizenship education I discussed in this webinar encompasses the cultivation of a type of humanistic consciousness that transcends national, ethnic, geographic, and even religious boundaries. And so this approach consists of an awareness of other perspectives, a single humanity as the primary level of community, and the moral consciousness to act for the good of the world, or I should say of the planet. It also encompasses elements of autonomy and carefulness. And so from these perspectives, I propose a vision of ethical global citizenship education as being modes of thought and action with the basis in the connection of humanity with autonomy and carefulness. And so autonomy herewith does not mean that the student is separate from society. Rather, it involves educators cultivating the students' relationships with others, and their support must develop the student appreciation for the notion of carefulness toward the other. And so this refers to the influence of the individual situation. It proposes that it is possible to be responsible for one's personal life and philosophy. And so humanity is a foundation that allows learners, at least hypothetically, to improve their human potential by reflection and dialogue, acquiring the necessary resources for living a worthwhile life based on the notion of carefulness and living in harmony with others on the basis of a moral code and assisting others in living in valuable ways. Lastly, let me address the fifth element, empowering humanity. I do believe that empowering humanity requires ethical global citizenship education to open a path for the personal improvement of every student, not only those white, rich, and located in the global north. From this angle, empowering humanity through ethical GC or global citizenship education embraces all aspects of human behavior. It emphasizes an interpersonal dimension which recognizes the human drive to live harmoniously and responsibly with others. I therefore believe that the type of global citizenship education we need today and in the future is ethically oriented. It fosters in our learners ethical and critical knowledge and values based on 5 key elements: decolonialism, caring ethics, eco-critical views, global moral consciousness, and humanity empowerment. And I suggest that ethical global citizenship education should be part of an educational policy that is technically competent, ethically sound, and politically feasible. Ethically engaged or ethically oriented global citizenship education should find a special place in our university's curricula. And indeed, global citizenship education, as I discussed it today in this webinar, in its ethical essence, raises questions not only about the meaning of global citizenship and global citizenship education itself, it also brings into view matters of the purposes of education and higher education and the kinds of human beings that education seeks to develop in the 21st century, the era of globalization, particularly in relation to the responses of higher education and education in general to neoliberal globalization and what we mean by ethical values and knowledge in education. Thank you for listening, and I'll be very happy to address your questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Bosio. That was wonderful. We wish that all schools and educational systems would have this framework that you've set up and shared with us. We would invite anyone here to ask a question to Professor Bosio or share a reflection.
Or they can write them in the chat is also fine.
Yes. How could you envision this type of model being shared globally most effectively?
So I think the events that you are putting together are one way, definitely a valuable way, because nowadays there is a need really to reconnect to our humanity first, within ourselves first, but then immediately after that, there is a need to reconnect to other human beings. And as Amie was mentioning in that lovely introduction, the fact that we are here today with different time frames and we are here to discuss important topics is definitely a first step to share such a complex framework, such as ethical global citizenship education, because we need to consider that when we discuss decolonizing pedagogy and curriculum, bringing in voices from the global south, eco-critical views, eco-critical consciousness, humanity empowerment, we are in a way going against the so-called bank model of education, what Paulo Freire defines bank model of education, all based on fostering skills for the international job market. Nothing wrong with that. The problem is that, as we can see clearly today, our leaders really lack values-based and ethical values and knowledge, because they are not able to engage in dialogue and create peace, a sustainable society. And so that tells me that even best schools and universities are not in the position of doing their job, because they are not fostering leaders who care about sustainability. So ethical global citizenship education, as we discussed it today, and as I'm discussing in many other talks and an invitation I receive worldwide, and particularly through my publications, which I see very much as something that I want to leave to the future generations as a way to read and get informed, engaged in discussions on sustainability and ethical values and knowledge, are excellent ways to promote a different way of conceptualizing how to educate our future leaders, because my daughter, my son, and if you are a parent, you know this very well, they will be the ones that potentially can change our society in a more sustainable way. I must say that what I see today from our leadership and politicians is not that encouraging. And so again, there is a need to rediscuss the purposes of education. And my contribution to this discussion is to bring in ethical discussions on ethical values, the importance of engaging in reflexive dialogue and eco-critical and eco-ethical consciousness, global citizenship. I like to also mention, and I close, and I hope that in doing so, I kind of address this question. Is a very important question. So the notion of global citizenship is highly debated and can be interpreted from many different theoretical perspectives. Some are more neoliberal, all oriented in fostering this so-called global competencies. But others are really valuable, are more critical and ethically oriented, and they're really one of the merits of this discussion on global citizenship is that brings back on the table a discussion on not having a passport to be a global citizen, rather to appreciate the local issues and then being able to get that appreciation into the global stage, right? Connecting the local and the global. And also another merit of this discussion on global citizenship is that it brings back this whole discussion on the real purposes of education. But it has to be discussed ethically and critically. Otherwise, it's just another way, it's just another marketing strategy, to push forward models of education that just work well with a slogan, right? But we want to really be serious. We want to discuss this on an ethical level, on a critical level. That's why I bring in a lot of collaborations with critical pedagogues and organizations like yours who care. You care about sustainability and ecology, and this is my interest. So yes, I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing all of that. We have another question from Tron. I hope I pronounced that right. As a future engineer, I would like to ask a question. How could GCED elevate the engineering careers and industries as a whole, especially in the context of developing countries like Vietnam? I could post it just.
Expert in engineering, to be honest, and so can't really, provide a detailed answer. What I should say is this: we must be able to embrace the concepts of ethical global citizenship holistically, and so all the fields are welcome. All the expertise are welcome. We want to build an ethos permeating a new way of conceptualizing pedagogy and curriculum. And so all the skills, all the values, all the expertise are welcome, as long as they are not just oriented to the international job market. I think this doesn't work. It failed. Is fostering leadership, taking us into wrong path. So we want to really bring in people independently from their expertise that really care about our shared planet. And so if this answers your question, or at least encourages you to bring in your expertise in revisioning the role of pedagogy and education for global citizenry and sustainability, that's great. Can't go deeper than that, to be honest, because I don't have the knowledge about engineering.
Totally understood.
But there is a second question about developing countries like Vietnam. So again, I'm not going into details about engineering, but what I will say is this: is that the perspectives, ethical global citizenship education welcomes indigenous knowledge. It welcomes global South perspectives, because we want to envision a platform welcoming all sorts of, and respecting and appreciating all sorts of educational traditions. And that's why the decolonial element comes first. And my colleagues at the beginning didn't understand why I would put the decolonial element first in a discussion on ethical global citizenship education, because without decolonizing our mentality, which is based only on the global north, westernized type of education, we can't change path. Even the concept of democracy today, it doesn't have any meaning, because which type of democracy we're talking about, which kind of values? I mean, democracy can be interpreted in many different ways. But if you're not embracing the global South, indigenous knowledge into this concept of democracy, and as well as in this concept of ethical global citizenship education and global citizenship, then it will be always lacking an element that is very important. And so perspectives and countries with such a rich cultural background, such as Vietnam, are more than welcome. I mean, we need to really embrace all cultural traditions.
Thank you. That was very important to hear. We have many questions, so we'll get to another one. Where might an educator interested in implementing this model obtain guidance, simple lesson plans, etc.? Are there any resources which include these things?
What's the name of the person who is asking this question?
Julie. I can repost it if you'd like.
Yes, because I can see several questions, so difficult
Yeah,
to be.
I'm going from top to bottom. There you go.
Okay. Interesting into this one thing, guys. Okay, so I mean, you could get in touch, and I can share with you some links to my publications, and you can read. But I'm not the only one writing on the topic of ethical and critical. Well, ethical, yes, probably, but more critical perspectives on global citizenship. I collaborated, for example, with Emeritus Professor Youssef Fatid, who is based in South Africa and brings in a lot of voices from the global South, who is a philosopher of education, a distinguished philosopher of education. You can read my publications with Carlos Alberto Torres, who was one of the disciples of Paulo Freire. So first of all, I would recommend to get really a strong theoretical foundation. And then there are also ways to implement that's why today I put forward, and generally in my talk, I always put forward at least 4 or 5 principles, because based on that principles, you can expand. For example, there is a lot of literature on decolonizing curriculum and pedagogy, and a lot of authors really that can be implemented into a discussion in the classroom setting. For example, you can discuss the importance of critical consciousness development based on the writings of Paulo Freire. You can bring in perspectives from indigenous knowledge. Ubuntu is another concept that I discuss in my teachings, for example. There are many, many ways where you can simplify this sort of academic concept I share with you today into your and implement those into your teachings. But again, if you want a list, I believe the team shared in the chat some of my recent publications. There you can already find some good foundation. And then, feel free to contact me, and then we can have a dialogue about this too.
Wonderful. Thank you. From Daniel, how can we empower privileged students?
Well, that's a wonderful question. And I think we need to bring back at the center of discussions around pedagogy and curriculum dialogue. Dialogic approach to education is what we need today. Although there are a lot of boundaries, and academia has become super controlled, and universities, educational institutions, super controlled by politicians and so on, and it becomes really difficult to discuss frankly the issues that we see unfolding in our societies nowadays. There is always a lot of pressure, and it's difficult to discuss frankly certain issues. However, I think courageous educators can do that. We can do that. I think the empowering unprivileged students means, for example, putting at the center of pedagogical discussion social justice, social equity, sustainability, ethical values, decolonization. It means really also to and this is very, very important, not to believe that students cannot receive or cannot process certain discussions. They definitely do. And if we are convinced ourselves as educators and pedagogues first, then they can process, and students can process and can develop on that. And I always say in my talks that knowing without acting is insufficient. And I will repeat this: knowing without acting is insufficient. But in order for students to act, they need to have the elements to process, and they need to have serious discussions that go beyond international skills for the international job market. So this whole discussion about global competencies, yes, it's important, global skills, but how about the values that we need for a different society? This is much less discussed in the classroom setting, to be honest, because it's seen as superficial, or it's seen as something that is uncomfortable to discuss, or doesn't have any direct link to the international job market, right? And so if it doesn't have a direct link to the international job market, then it doesn't count. Or if it doesn't help the students to pass a test, it doesn't count, it doesn't matter. And then our leaders are producing the kind of society that we see today. So, it's really dangerous, this way of thinking, where everything is funnelized to get the best possible job in the international job market. And then, okay, once you get the job, then if we have temperature rising and natural disasters on a daily basis, you can have the best possible job in this world, but there is not so much you can do, isn't it?
Yes, very.
There is no time. There is no time. There is no time for, you can't escape nature when nature decides to react. And so, you can you can have the best possible job and you can have a lot of money, but it doesn't change the matter, isn't it?
Very well said. Thank you for your frankness. We like that. We have a question from Amie. And I think you might have mentioned this already with leadership. What are the biggest challenges, barriers you see to getting these teachings integrated into the education institutions at scale?
Yeah, first of all, Japan is a clear example of test-oriented society educational system. And so I'm myself in a context that is exactly the opposite of my vision of education. And so that's interesting because that's the first element, and it pushes me even more to write what I write. But the United States is not different. The UK is not different. I have colleagues there, even very, very, very famous senior professors who are telling me that the situation is exactly the same as in Japan. So it's an international global problem that we are discussing. And the problem is that educational managers are all influenced by a neoliberal approach to education, which all focuses with a extreme and strong focus on, and I repeat myself here, but I want to get this message across, is that this extreme focus on skills for the job market is not working if not harmonized with discussions on ethical and critical values and discussions about how we are going to protect our planet, how we are going to engage with diversity, how we are going to engage in a dialogue, even if someone is defined sort of a dictator, or even dictators can be engaged in dialogue with, as if it's for peace and stopping death on a daily basis. Even dictators can be engaged in dialogue with. But we don't teach this to our students. We just teach them that there is a bad person and a good person. So this is a very frank example of the type of education that we see nowadays. And so if this encouragement to engage in dialogue with diversity and with what others might define as evil or whatever is not there, then this hatred conversation about hating the other just increases. So yes, that's what is needed.
I posted Nasali's question that she had from earlier. How does cultural diversity impact global ethical education?
Nasali.
Yeah, how does cultural diversity impact global ethical education?
Yeah, so the cultural diversity is definitely, I would say, one of the elements characterizing global ethical global citizenship education. So in the sense that, as I mentioned in my presentation, the only way to have a serious discussion on fostering global citizenship is to welcome cultural diversity. That means to welcome perspectives from both the global north and the global south, indigenous knowledge, the philosophy of Ubuntu, for example. But there are many other concepts coming from indigenous knowledge that can be integrated in this discussion on cultural diversity. And so cultural diversity is not only impacting global citizenship education, it's actually a foundational part of this discussion on ethical global citizenship education, because everything starts from decolonialism and then goes on in empowering humanity, respecting diversity, respecting the other, as I mentioned in my presentation, where the other has a capital O. This swapping out ego for eco, because we keep focusing on our society as human beings, but then we keep forgetting about no humans. And so that's why the ethical element of global citizenship education also has the merit of bringing in this discussion on humans and non-humans, or more than human, as I mentioned in some of my publications. So, you know, it's true that we are human-centric, that we keep focusing on, taking decisions based on humans only, but our ecosystem is much bigger and diverse. And so, bringing in this discussion on cultural diversity means also the word diversity also should include non-humans too. And something that sometimes we forget about, if you think about it, is we're not hearing our politicians. Have you heard a politician talking about more than humans, non-humans? I never heard. I'm always hearing about discussions about GDP, about numbers, but never about what's happening to non-humans, disappearing species, and so on. But never. There is never such a discussion.
That's
But
a really, yeah.
this is not entirely their fault. It's just that they have been educated to, to understand society in that way. That's why education is the root.
That's a very important point. Thank you. Hardson asked if there's any link where he can get a global citizenship course online or do it.
An entire course, I'm not sure. I did a search a while ago because I was asked to contribute to a project as a consultant. So I saw some courses, but they were not really fully engaged with all these discussions we are having today. So perhaps we could think of something. You can watch, as I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, or my presentation, you can watch my Global Citizenship Education interview series. That one is interesting because some of the guests, senior scholars or practitioners, are even critical of the concept of global citizenship, but they appreciate the fact that through these discussions, this interview series on global citizenship education, we can engage in a dialogue that brings in a variety and a diversity of elements that would rethink the real purposes of education. So if you're interested in watching videos, although there is not a full course at the moment, you could watch the Global Citizenship Education interview series. I believe the team shared the link at the beginning of my talk in the chat. That's interesting because besides I'm using that for my teachings, but it seems that it's well received by students because it's a very simple, friendly conversation accessible to academics and non-academics. So I would recommend that you take a look at my Global Citizenship Education interview series just to start building up a little bit of ideas about the diversity of perspectives that people have on global citizenship education.
That sounds great. Yes, and we'll put the link in a follow-up email to everyone as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we have another question from Carrie. I'm going to put it in the chat here.
Okay. So I believe we need global and quick. Do you envision something potentially being passed for revision of educational requirements nationally as a bill or internationally through the UN? Well, I mean, we could there is always potential for drafting documents and proposals. I work a lot with UNESCO, and both on the academic side and then research side, and but yeah, I mean, Kerry, if you have any idea in mind, feel free to private message me, and then we can discuss that. Difficult now to discuss this. It would require 30-40 minutes only to answer this, because it would get into a lot of details about more academic and more research oriented details. So yeah, Kerry, feel free to contact me on this. I would say I would answer this one like this.
Awesome. Well, we have a latest question from Julia about emailing questions to Professor Bosio that we didn't get to because we're running out of time. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely, absolutely. Anytime, anytime.
Wonderful. We will register these questions that you've asked in the comments.
Yes.
The ones that we haven't gotten to, and we'll send them over and make sure everyone gets their questions answered. We just have some reflection questions just so we can do some internal contemplating before we move on to the next speaker. So I'm going to share a slide for that. And feel free to just think about these and either write your answer in a notebook or in the chat. What are some ways in which global citizenship concepts can be integrated into existing curricula? What role does educating on social justice and democracy play in addressing global challenges? And how can we foster participatory democracy and youth engagement in educational settings? These are challenging questions and it's good to think about. I'll just give a couple of minutes for that. Thank you for contemplating these questions. Just a few ideas that came up in the chat. I think a majority of the curriculum should focus on the solutions, designing and building them. It seems the United States needs a delivery system for such comprehensive and vital change that is part of the national infrastructure and educational system. Create a focus on youth-led education and how they want to see the world and their initiatives or their futures. Students who are taught to think in these terms from a young age will be better equipped to address global challenges, as they will likely have an innate understanding of relationships and equity. The most seamless way to integrate these concepts would be to reform social studies classes. Educators teaching in this area of study would have the easiest time integrating concepts and would receive little pushback because they align with some of the core ideas of the class. Global citizenship should be embedded in the design stage of the curriculum. Yeah, this will ensure that each taught subject or course clearly brings out the set objectives of global citizenship. Wow, thank you. And one more that I'll read. Educational settings are often seen as a time to info dump on students. Students are rarely encouraged to participate and engage in a democracy-like setting in class until they're thrown into the real world. Different ways of teaching that stimulate and mimic democratic process and having students engage and feel responsible for their learning would help foster participation in democracy. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness, for engaging with those questions. And thank you, Professor Bosio, for your brilliant principles that you shared. We are so grateful that you're setting the stage for what could be, what changes can be made.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We have Firth-Butterfield here. And she is the CEO of Good Tech Advisory and has been leading work in responsible design, development, and the use of AI from the beginning. In 2024, Kay received the Time 100 Impact Award. In 2014, she became the world's first chief AI ethics officer and became vice chair of the IEEE Global Initiative for Ethical Considerations in Artificial Intelligence and Autonomous Systems in 2015, and the founding head of AI at the World Economic Forum in 2017, where she also served on the executive committee. She is frequently cited as a leading woman in AI and was featured in the New York Times as a woman changing the landscape of leadership. By background, she is a British barrister and former judge who focused on human rights law and is the author of books on human rights, AI, and modern slavery. She developed an interest in how technology will impact humans around the world while studying for advanced degrees in international relations and law, and has been focused on responsible design, development, and use of AI for more than a decade. She was part of the group which met at Asilomar to create the world's first ethical principles on AI in 2017. She sits on the Polaris Council for the Government Accountability Office in the USA and the Advisory Board for UNESCO International Research Center on AI and AI and Philanthropy Steering Committee of the Partnership on AI. The advisory boards for international companies and nonprofits, ADI, Earth Species, and AI for All. As the CEO of Good Tech Advisory, she leads a team offering thought leadership, advice, and support to companies to enable them to reap the benefits and mitigate the risks that AI brings to their enterprises. We'll be hearing now from Kay on creating the future with AI.
Thank you for that introduction, Tracy. And this is going to be a gallop through AI. Tracy, I think you have my slides, or someone has my slides, so we can start. What we will find when we gallop through AI is that although I have heard already lots of people talking about education and AI, I think there are fundamental flaws that we need to fix before we beta test on our children with AI. And I'll come back to that in more detail. But I wanted to start with, where I do think that there are some great applications of AI and where some of those great applications, Tracy, if we could go to slide 3, where some of those great applications also need for us to think very carefully about how we apply AI. So some of my favorite applications are in healthcare, but what you're going to hear from me is the problems rather than the great things we can do with AI. And so you'll go away thinking, well, Kay doesn't like AI very much, but actually I think that AI has fantastic opportunities for us. What I really think, especially in the age of generative AI, when we're seeing everybody going as fast as we can on the hype cycle, that we actually need to stand back and say, where do we want to put humans in AI and where do we want AI? Because now is the time for us to have that discussion. We don't want to wake up in 2050 and find out that we didn't have that discussion and AI is everywhere and in places that we don't want it to be. So in healthcare, for example, many countries, we have a staffing crisis. And so it might be that AI would be great to deploy in healthcare. But what are the things that we need to think about in healthcare? Well, first of all, you know, AI, a lot of people are using mental health, AI and mental health. But a lot of people then think that AI is empathic. We really need to get people to understand this tool and that it can't possibly be empathic. It can't possibly appear as if, whilst it's appearing empathic, it actually isn't empathic. And I want to tell you a story, two stories. One, on the staffing crisis, when I was at the forum, we did work with Rwanda around a chatbot that did triage care. And in Rwanda at that time, there were 27,000 people for every one doctor. And so the idea of the chatbot was to be able to elevate the people who are really sick to the doctor, to support, and help those people who, and send those people away who didn't need quite the same level of medical care. To me, that means problems of an ethical nature, although with AI, we tend to talk about responsible or trustworthy AI now rather than ethics, because it's really hard as you try to bring a community globally together where everybody has very different ethical principles to apply. But as we'll find out later in this talk, everybody can agree on some responsible directions for AI. So one of the things that I think is really hard with that Rwanda situation is, do we simply say, if you live in the global north, you don't need doctors, we'll put in AI and AI will be the thing that solves everything for everybody. Whereas if you live in the global north, you probably get a doctor. And my story, it really sort of develops from that worry that I have about, you know, do you get your medical care from AI or a doctor? Does it matter? So I often have more questions for you than I have answers. So in my own story, I got breast cancer last summer. I will tell you that I am totally better. So we can put that on one side. But in the course of that journey, I obviously have an oncologist. I say obviously because I'm privileged to live in the global north and be able to afford one. And so when I was talking to my oncologist, she said, well, Kay, wouldn't it be amazing if we had an AI to walk you through your journey with breast cancer? And I said, well, actually, no, I really would like you to walk me through my journey with breast cancer. I'd like the human being to be there for me every step of the way. I don't want the AI to be there. But I also recognize that perhaps if I didn't speak English, my doctor speaks English, then maybe I could be walked through my journey with AI in my own language. That sounds amazing as well. But again, does it actually give disparate care? And so one of the things that I said to my oncologist is that I think it's really important that you talk to your patients and we use AI in the background to take the notes and do all the work that you're normally doing, that takes up your time and stops you talking to the patient. So I'm sure there'll be lots of thoughts, and that's why I think that it's such an important conversation. Where do we put the human and where do we put the AI? And does it matter that we have disparate experiences of human and AI? Can we go to the next slide, please? So looking at greenhouse emissions, you may have noticed that both Microsoft and Google blew through their 2030 sustainability targets. They say it's because of generative AI, and of course it is. Generative AI is extremely bad for the environment, but Microsoft and Google suggest, and I think the jury's out, that generative AI might be able to solve all of our climate change problems, and so therefore it will have a positive effect, and so it doesn't matter that they're blowing through their sustainability targets. Again, we could talk about that, but when you ask ChatGPT, for example, one of those algorithms, a question, prompt, just be mindful that it uses 1/4 liter of water every time you do. So please just ask it good questions. Don't ask it random, stupid questions. Obviously, there's a balance here, and PwC has a study out that says by 2030, using AI will reduce carbon emissions equal to the whole of Australia, Canada, and Japan's carbon emissions. And we all know that one of the early success stories for DeepMind was a 30% reduction in energy consumption in data centers for Google when Google bought them back in 2014. We also know that AI is very good if you can get it into the fields through connected devices at helping us to water properly, to apply the right pesticides and the right herbicides in agriculture, and that increases farmers' income as well. So these are some huge benefits, but we really need to think about the downside too. So next slide, please. Just some other things that I think that AI is really good at doing. Drug discovery. It's able to sort through masses of scientific literature and come up with new ideas for drugs. It looks as if we will be able to stop some of the testing and some of the early trials, and that will mean that drugs come to market quicker. It's also really good at identifying, because if you remember, this is a pattern recognition system. So it's good at X-rays, it's good at identifying defective product. And defective product is very costly to the environment. Every time we send something back and it's rejected, then that's a huge cost to the environment. So using AI to stop defective production is a huge benefit. Banking the unbanked. I work with a company that's based in the Philippines, but generally in Asia. And we're looking at using AI to see if there are interesting and novel ways of finding people that we could actually give credit to and get them started on their banking journey. I haven't got a lot of time. We can talk about any of these things in the next area, or of course you can come. You can ask me directly. So next slide, please. So where are we seeing most of the uses of generative AI? Mustafa Suleyman, who used to be who started DeepMind and then Inflection and is now at Microsoft, wrote an article some years ago saying it's such a shame that some of the greatest minds on the planet are focused on using AI to sell soda rather than solving the climate change, solving the clean water challenge. And if we go to the next slide, you can see how that's repeating itself. This is where most people are using generative AI. And obviously, they might all be really useful for companies, but they aren't really useful, apart from modern slavery, perhaps, in helping the planet and helping those who most need to move forward in their lives. So next slide, please. One of the things that I said at the beginning was about hype. There's a lot of hype around generative AI, and I think what citizens think about AI is driven partly by the hype and also by the social media issues around disinformation and misinformation. So with that caveat, let's go to the next slide and look at what people actually think. Well, in November, Americans were polled in a number of different ways, as you can see, the YouGov, Gallup, Axios, and APA. And most people were very worried about AI, worried about what its effect on their election, worried about workers losing their jobs, worried about the fact that companies, especially in America, are self-governing what they do with AI, as opposed to having any regulatory legislation through America. And also they were worried about superintelligence. I'm not going to talk about superintelligence. We can talk about that after I've spoken if you want to. Next slide, please. So widening the aperture to 32,000 people around the world that Edelman surveyed in February. Basically, everybody was worried about AI, and they really want companies and governments to prioritize transparency and responsible AI. So here's the quote from the Global Technology Chair at Edelman. And then next slide brings us up to date. This was a survey done in June, or maybe at the end of May. So it was done by Reuters, Oxford University, and the BBC, and it surveyed 12,000 people in Denmark, UK, Argentina, USA, France, and Japan. A large proportion of them had used ChatGPT or similar once or twice. That was 7% of people in the US, 2% in the UK said that they use ChatGPT on a daily basis. Much smaller recognition of any other generative AI tool. All countries, 47% in the US and 42% in the UK, hadn't even heard of ChatGPT, sorry, people in all countries. The two categories where they were using it were creating media and getting information. In creating media, most said they were simply playing around or experimenting, writing an email or letter, or making an image. These are the costly for the environment uses of AI. And then the others was getting information. And of course, you know, they're asking it factual questions or asking it for advice, probably without realizing the level of hallucination that is still going on with these algorithms, and therefore not necessarily getting the factual advice that they sought. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to talk now about global governance of AI. If we are to truly understand where the human is and where AI is, and not just be pushed down the road to everybody using AI because it's trendy, then we need to think very carefully about AI governance. So next slide, please. I see AI governance as the same as cars and seat belts. We drive faster because we have seat belts. We survive better because we have seat belts. I'm not talking about stopping innovation with AI. I'm talking about having guardrails in there. And if we do AI poorly, it actually results in large bills to dismantle it and make it right. So when I talk to companies, nonprofits, anybody who's going to be deploying AI, you need to start with it right from the beginning, because otherwise, if you don't think about anything else other than, and you don't think about society or anything about your bottom line, it's going to be expensive to get it wrong. So next slide, please. I want to remind everybody about this definition from the OECD and the EU, because as I said earlier, we tend to see this as a friend. For example, Replica, a chatbot system, recently shut down because it had been created to help boys learn how to talk to girls. A very good thing, you might think. But actually, the boys got very, very attracted to and into intense relationships with the robot or the bot. This is not human. Let's not give it, let's not address it as a human being. It's a pattern matching device. Next page, slide, please. Okay, so I said earlier that the world actually agrees on what is responsibility. One of the problems is that we don't actually all agree how to get there. So these are the things that the world agrees. And how do I know that? Well, when I was at the forum, we looked at about 190 different principles that have come up all over the world, and distilled these things from them all. Everybody's worried about bias, fairness, security, reliability, and robustness, privacy, explainability and transparency, human agency. Where is the human in AI? Accountability, your AI being lawful, sustainability, and safety. The Gartner study expects by 2026 for there to be 50% electricity rationing by 2026 across the world. That's a figure that we really need to be thinking about as we think about climate and we think about AI and how we see sustainability. Next slide, please. So is there any global regulation? No. The UN's in conversation. There is a Treaty of Europe. We expect it to be signed by all the European countries and the US and some others. Not yet. There is great work out of OECD, GPay, the Forum, the World Economic Forum, but there's no global regulation. Next slide, please. There is regulation in many countries, and this is just a small proportion of them. China is heavily, the use of AI between businesses and customers is heavily regulated. It isn't regulated between citizens and government. India is looking at regulation. Brazil has an act on the books making its way through. Mexico has a number of privacy legislation making their way through or in force. Australia has some great legislation around AI and particularly around revenge porn and deep fakes. And in the Middle East, we see that Saudi Arabia and UAE don't have AI law, but do have privacy rules. Next slide, please. If we go to the United States, I think it's important that actually wherever you are in the world, there may be existing laws and regulations that are open to you to govern AI. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. So in Canada, Air Canada had a chatbot that that missold an air ticket to someone. And Air Canada's defense when they were taken to court was that although the chatbot was on its website, the chatbot was not made by it. That defense was not felt to be appropriate, and Air Canada had to pay damages for the chatbot. OpenAI, as you probably know, is facing a number of copyright lawsuits across the world. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, I think, is a good example of what all the regulators are doing in the US, and we're seeing it also in the UK, where, again, they don't have law around in the same way as the European Union does, and I'll come to that in a moment. So the EEOC has publicly said that it doesn't matter whether you use a person to discriminate in hiring or a bot to discriminate in hiring, they will still sue you for that discrimination. And that, to give you an idea of existing law, that goes back to the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s. So regulators are getting creative in where they look for taking on misuse of generative or simply AI uses. Google and Microsoft have actually said that they will indemnify people against breach of copyright if they are using their chatbots. There is an executive order from President Biden and a NIST framework which and lots of work that is being done across the United States. There is a patchwork of state laws as well. This makes companies that I talk to shudder. 1/3 of states now have AI or privacy legislation, and I just want to show you some of that in the next slide. Colorado's ahead of everybody. It passed the Colorado Artificial Intelligence Act, which will come into force in February 2026. It applies to developers and deployers. It requires them to take reasonable care to protect customers. And it talks about high-risk AI systems. And you will see, and I think it's important that you look at this and think about this in the context of where you are in the world. It deals with education, employment, financial work, healthcare, government service, housing, insurance, and legal services. And when you look at that, you then look at the EU AI Act, which you might want to do if you're thinking about how do I in my country think about introducing governance and persuading the government to govern AI. This might be a roadmap, and this looks very similar to the EU AI Act. So next slide, please, Tracy. And I'm very happy for everybody to have my slides, so you don't have to read this. Next slide. What it's requiring is an annual impact assessment, which can be done in-house or by a third party, of all the ways that you use algorithms. So it is very comprehensive legislation. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's happening in the EU and the UK? In the UK, there's SEMA, and they're using existing rules, which, as I mentioned before, the EU AI Act, one of the questions that we have around that, it came into force this year, is we saw the world use the GDPR as a template, and lots of people adopted around the world the GDPR in some form or fashion. What we don't know is whether the EU AI Act is going to be that template, but looking at Colorado, it looks as if it may be. Next slide, please. Basically, the EU splits out risk levels of using AI to unacceptable. That's social credit scoring, for example, like they have in China. High, limited, or no risk. And they were going to pass it, and then they had to go back and think about the impact of generative AI, which is now included. Next slide, please. They also have in train product liability legislation, and this will treat algorithms, so software, exactly the same as physical product. You know, if you cause damage with a physical product, I don't know, a can of something blows up in your face and you have damage, then you can sue. It's applying the same thing to AI. Next slide, please. And the timeline starts on the 10th of June, 2024. So we will see the first prohibitions on unacceptable risk coming in December. Next slide, please. So I personally think there is a terrible need for self-regulation, because unless you're in the EU or potentially in Brazil or in Colorado, there really isn't very much legislation out there. And so what I try to persuade companies and nonprofits that I deal with is that the best thing they can do is to create good self-regulation. That means that anybody who sits on a board needs to understand AI and how it's being used in their company. The C-suite needs to understand in detail how AI is being used and what it is. And then they need to give permission to everybody in their company to think about how do we deploy responsible AI. One of those things is to create diverse teams. So as you can see, I'm an old white woman. Most of the AI teams are young men under 30. And so, you know, how do they create something for me? Diversity, bringing diversity into that team, and that creation is important. I want to encourage all of you to do AI Education 101. You can find it all over the web. It's the key to understanding what it can do, what it can't do, what it will do, and what it'll do for your jobs. And, you know, if you understand that, then you can begin to manage how you feel about AI and answer that question that I posed at the beginning. Where do we want humans? Where do we want AI? Can we go to the next slide, please? Tracy? I think Tracy, next slide. Thank you. So now I want to think outside the box a little bit. And can we go to the next slide, please? What I want to tell you, because I think it is vitally important to this conversation that we are having today, is that although there are about 2 million users of ChatGPT, and I'm not picking on ChatGPT, we could say of generative AI, they are mainly based in the global north, and 46% of them are white men living in America. If you set that against the 3 billion people who are actually unconnected to the internet, you have a major problem with any of these generative AI systems, because actually what you've got is a generative AI system that chooses from data that has been created mainly in the global north and mainly by white guys who've had the pen since the beginning of data creation. And China, of course, has its own closed web. So you've got mainly white men who have created data. Women didn't get to create data probably until the 18th century, when people like Jane Austen started writing books. And so what we have is a system that is skewed towards white men, and we are asking it questions about what we should do across the world. Where are the voices of women? Where are the voices of persons of color? Where are the voices of the 3 billion people who are unconnected? They're not here. So unless we really think carefully about this data issue, we are going to continue with the politics and the way that we have constructed our society into the future. AI doesn't help us move on because it doesn't have the data available. Next slide, please. So let's look at that in a little bit more detail. I'm just going to take two things from here. Cannibalism. Cannibalism is the word that we give to AI creating its own data. And so every time you ask it a question, it creates data. Might be right, might be wrong, but it creates data, and that data drops back into the data lake that it draws from next time. That's cannibalization. It is expected that by the middle, so in a year's time, 50% of data is going to have been created by AI. So how do we as women, and how do we as persons of color, and how do we as the rest of the world actually deal with this question? As I said, it's urgent today. I was at a breakfast meeting the other day of women in AI, and we were saying, well, you know, do we all go on to generative AI and start plugging in our data? Maybe, but we have a very, very short time period to make a difference. And so we need to make a difference with regulation, with governance, or at least of us all thinking about it. And so that's what I'm encouraging you to do today. Next slide, please. So what does AI give us? It gives us something that's in the middle. I call it gray mush. We know that it's really good at bringing people who don't have skills up to the median. What we don't see is it bringing people from the median up to truly skilled. So what does that do to creative thought? We can generate social media posts that all look the same with AI. But what do we want? So what do we want of this system? Next slide, please. This is true, in my mind, true creativity. It's a photograph of a video, so it's not very good, of Rafik Anadol's installation in 2023 at Davos. This is a coral reef reimagined using AI. Next slide, please. So how does AI affect jobs? Well, it doesn't take away jobs. It takes away parts of jobs. But if you take away enough parts of jobs, then you actually take away whole jobs of people. So JP Morgan has a study out that says we can do with 44% less lawyers. That may or may not be a good thing, she says, as a lawyer. And Morgan Stanley has a study out saying that they could do away with 2/3 of their financial analysts. So AI is affecting the way that we work and who works, blue collar and white collar workers. And in my view, we need to work. I love working, but I also love doing my garden and playing with my puppy. But, you know, what's the balance? Again, something we need to think about today. And on to the next slide. Do we use AI to interview people for jobs? Do we use AI to write their appraisals of their jobs? Next page, slide. How do we choose the managers and leaders of the future if it turns out that actually everybody's just at the median because they're using AI? Next slide, please. What's the economic consequences? Well, increased productivity from fewer people. But does it matter that there are fewer people? Because actually everywhere around the world, population rates are plummeting. In some places like Korea, much faster than in other places. But even in many countries in the global north, we are seeing plummeting populations. So does that mean that actually we need AI to do all the things that otherwise we couldn't be doing? So that's the trade-off here. And I will stop there because I know I'm over my time and I see hundreds of questions.
Wow, thank you so much for updating us on all the AI news and effects in the world. Where should we begin? Yeah.
What's you're looking for one? I just want to remind everybody that we will probably be cared for by AI and embodied in robots as we grow older, because it seems that people don't want to care for elders. And so we have a unique chance now to talk about, how do we want to be cared for by those robots? And I said that I wanted to come back to education. I am as I said, very against beta testing on our most vulnerable people, i.e. our children. And when I was at the forum, we did some work called the Smart Toy Awards, where we actually looked at toys that were AI enabled, and we asked questions about them. What was the curriculum? Very hard to find. Were they using facial recognition and voice recognition? And what was happening to the children's data arising from that? Could it be sold to third parties? 95% of the toys on sale in America are actually are sold out of China. Have we thought about, and we certainly haven't studied, what's the impact on a child that loses when its AI companion dies, or given that it's been very close to it and been talking to it? And what does it do to our children's relationships with other children? If you've had a toy that has been nice to you, and then you go to school and all those humans make you cry, maybe that's not good. But what we don't know is any of the answers to these questions. In Germany, they actually mandated that a doll called My Friend Kayla be destroyed as a spying device. Are they hackable? So let's just get all this right before we use it for education.
Absolutely. The question about the water was interesting to many people. Can you explain more about how the ChatGPT usage affects water consumption?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about cooling. Data centers need electricity and cooling, and so it's about the water used for cooling.
Got it. That's really interesting. What about the use of AI in schools? Youth are becoming dependent on it rather than learning how to do research and write.
Undoubtedly, as I say, this is such a large conversation we should be having. But where do our top performers live? How do we gauge whether a less good performer has been raised to the median? Does it matter where people sit because we've all got AI? What does it do to creative thinking? So my diatribe earlier about the data that AI is drawing from, it just means that we're doing the same thing as that we've always done. We need people to really think critically about the message that they are putting out and what they're getting out of generative AI.
Excellent. Providing damage caused by AI sounds challenging. What is a metric for damage caused by AI?
So this is, as I say, two things that oh, okay, let me back up. How do you prove damage caused by AI? It's hard. So supposing an algorithm was biased and you applied for a job and you didn't get the job because the algorithm was biased. Unless you ask questions of the potential of the person you wanted to work for about how much the AI was part of it, you have no clue. So, you know, every time you apply for a job, you have no clue whether AI is being used or not, unless you ask those questions. If you ask those questions, then you may be able to go to your regulator and say, I think that I was damaged as a result of this. With the EU, there'll be new regulations around that.
What are the potential downline impacts of lack of diversity in AI regulation?
Huge, huge. If we don't have diversity in AI, we will continue with the world that we have at the moment. And that, to me, would be one of the largest human tragedies that we could imagine.
Thank you. You mentioned this a bit, maybe you can highlight it more. What impact does AI have on job automation and the future of work?
Yes, so all the studies say that there will be more jobs created by AI than are lost from AI. And I am not here to dispute that. There is we should look at it critically, in my view. We should also look critically at when that happens. So if you look at the Industrial Revolution, it took over 100 years to sort of get everybody back on an even keel and begin to build those new jobs. So we need to have some timelines around that. But as I said, we are seeing a reduction in population. And so that will sort of mitigate some of these issues. But one of the things that we're not talking about that I think we should is the downstream effects on society of, the financial analyst at Morgan Stanley losing their job. That financial analyst is probably also paying for their house to be repaired often, a new car or 3, chauffeurs to get them to the airport and back, gardeners, maid service, air transport, new washing machines, all sorts of things that suddenly they can't be paying for. And so if you get a lot of job loss at the top, where there's a lot of money being made by those people who lose their job, that will have economic consequences.
Very interesting. Thank you. Is it possible to do a massive data input that accurately reflects diversity?
I think we should try. Whether it's possible for us to try now and counteract centuries of what's in the internet at the moment, it's hard to know.
Yeah, Understood. Would a global AI system that collects women's views into a central repository help to bring women's voices into balance with the global AI database?
Yes,
Yay.
that would be a fantastic, that would be a fantastic thing for us to do. But I worry that we still are leaving most voices in the global south in somewhere else. It's certainly not, they're certainly not in the ether.
Okay. Do you have recommendations around remuneration for data creators, indigenous educational science and art and music?
Yes. I mean, obviously the Timnit Gebru's group recently did an in-depth study on people who were working in data centers in Africa, and how poorly paid they are for the work that they do. We need to understand that we can't keep paying people poorly just because they live in the global south. I don't know what the second, the indigenous persons. We need to have conversations with everybody. It may be that everybody doesn't want to share their data, and I know that there are some indigenous groups around the world who don't want to share their data with generative AI. And I think we need to listen to people, and what we're not doing, and that's what we're not doing at the moment, because we're all caught up on the hype cycle.
Very true. Thank you. Another question is curious. Sorry, I muted myself. Another question I'll post in the chat. Curious about the term hallucination with regard to AI.
Okay, so hallucination is the interesting term that AI scientists came up with to say that AI is giving you false information. So we call it a hallucination when a computer just doesn't tell you the truth. It doesn't give you the right data. It doesn't give you the right information.
Do you see beneficial global standards coming from the recent 2024 World AI Conference in China last week?
No. I think I honestly think it's impossible for us to have international standards. And even if we did have international standards, it's almost impossible to create punishment around them, to actually enforce them. And, you know, what's the point of having any law if you can't enforce it? And we certainly, if I think about treaty law, you know, we haven't effectively enforced treaties on anything for a good 10 years. In our current global environment, I think it's going to be really hard.
Definitely. Two more questions.
Just on that, you know, one of the things that we have been trying to do for maybe the last 7, maybe more years, I can't remember now, it just is a long time, is to get a treaty or an agreement not to use what we call lethal autonomous weapons. Lethal autonomous weapons are the weapons that kill without a human ordering them to kill. They are extremely dangerous. They make landmines look undangerous. That's not a word, but you know what I mean. And we still haven't got anywhere with that. If we can't deal with something as fundamentally dangerous as lethal autonomous weapons, you know, it's hard to think about how we do global governance.
Mm-hmm. I see 3 more questions, and then we're going to move into, well, I don't know if we can get to all of them. We might. Women in AI organization, is that an open group to join?
Yes, yeah, there are lots of groups, but I read in PitchBook yesterday that Girls That Code and another women's organization had lost funding. And I can probably find that and link and put it in the chat for you when we finish talking. But women entrepreneurs in AI are not funded anywhere near as well as men. It's sort of worse. We all know that there's a problem with funding women but it's worse in AI. And we are seeing some of these organizations losing their funding as well.
Oh, hopefully we can turn that around. Nasali asked, where is the Global South in the AI conversations? Are they in there?
Not as richly as we would hope that they would be. And that's mainly because, all the generative AI, all the main AI is coming out of companies in the US and coming out of companies in China. India is building a robust AI economy. That's important because one of the problems for India is that they have had a lot of chat rooms. So, when you phone somebody, it's the person in India who is responding. If we implement chatbots in those call centers, then that will be very bad for the Indian economy.
Thank you. One last question, and then we're going to do some reflection questions. What kind of governance might protect children from the hallucinations you mentioned?
Well, I don't think that we can protect children from hallucinations because we can't stop hallucinations. So the way to protect children and us adults who don't know anything about AI is to do that AI 101. Understand what this machine can do, understand what it can't do, understand it can't be your best friend. Or maybe it can, and you prefer to live in a world that is populated by AI chatbots talking to you. I personally don't, but I don't want to prescribe what we want for the future. I want us just to have a conversation about it. But if children don't know that the answers that they're getting might be wrong, then that's a harm.
We can see now why it's so important to take caution on all of these and to test things. I am going to share some reflection questions. Thank you so much for answering all those questions. Okay. I'm not sure how relevant these will be based on what we heard. We'll see what comes. Can you see what it would be like for you to competitively be in the world if other students got access to this technology and you didn't? How would you see it being implemented in college or high school, in real studies and research, or in learning dynamics, or in curriculum? And if the AI technology is going to be implemented in college, how do you imagine that might change your career path or what you're able to do in the world? We'll just take a couple minutes to reflect. And feel free to write your responses in the chat. That would be awesome. These are such wonderful insights, and I think your share, Kay, it really helped us understand what the risks are if we keep going the way we are, and that it's not even a matter of implementing it or not, it's how are we implementing it, what's it being used for, and how is it. So yeah, I'm really grateful that everyone shared their ideas here. And we'll have to close the conversation, even though it's such a big one and very important. Thank you again, Kay, for being here. Okay, so for those of you who weren't here when I shared this last, please feel free to collaborate with us and work with us more ongoing. You can fill out a collaboration form on our website. And if you are here for 100% of the time, we'll offer a certificate of completion. And if you're here for the remaining part, which I think is of the sessions, we will offer a LinkedIn or a social media badge. And if you haven't registered for this event and you want these things, please connect with Megan Werpy about to share your email, and we can get you set up. Oops. So now, just so that we can tune into a different frequency, I'm going to ask that we all turn on our cameras and just acknowledge each other and connect a bit. And no pressure, just want to see your faces and share some humanity. Amen. So just, yeah, inviting you all to take a deep breath. Just settle into your body a little bit more and just connect with everyone with your eyes. You can connect with the camera, and then you can look back at somebody, and then you can connect with the camera again, because that's where your eyes would go directly. And then you can look back at another and just sharing that connection and presence. Just thanking yourself and everyone here for being here to get today and participating and learning with us and sharing your beautiful hearts and souls. Thank you. It's so nice to see some new faces. I'm really excited to hear from our next presenter. Her name is Carolyn Hickman. I'm going to bring up a slide about her. Carolyn Hickman has a background in mental health social work and has been a practicing psychotherapist since 2000 using a depth psychology or Jungian approach, an eco-psychology, and an analytic relational approach. She is a lecturer at the University of Bath, researching children and young people's emotional responses to climate change globally for 15 years, examining eco-anxiety and distress, eco-empathy, trauma, moral injury, and the impact of climate anxiety on relationships. She delivers talks and workshops in climate psychology, emotional resilience, and mental health internationally. Carolyn has been developing a range of therapeutic approaches to ecological distress, including a psychological assessment model for eco-anxiety, emotional resilience, and reframing mental health in an archetypal and cultural lens. Her therapeutic approach includes use of stories, imagery, imaginal techniques, relationships with nature, and art. She is a co-lead author on a 2021 quantitative global study into 10,000 children and young people's emotions and thoughts about climate change that has been published in the Lancet Planetary Health. Thank you, Carolyn, so much for being here and sharing about your presentation entitled From Eco-Anxiety to Eco-Empathy.
Thank you. Let's see if screen sharing works. It works. That's always so good. I noticed the number of people in the chat who are referencing their animals, their dogs mostly. I'm so sorry somebody's got a sick dog. I hope your dog is okay. I have a tired dog. I've worn him out. So with a bit of luck, he'll stay asleep on the sofa. But if he joins in, we'll know about it. He's been bribed with dog treats. So I work with people as a psychotherapist. So my research is with young people all over the world. But by young, I mean in their children, teenagers, and in their 20s. My psychotherapy practice includes just as many adults talking to me from all over the world about how they feel about the climate emergency and about the biodiversity crisis. And I've been working for more than 40 years in mental health as a social worker, then as a counselor, now as a psychotherapist, teaching at the university and doing research. So 40 years experience. And I am still being surprised. I am still discovering over and over and over again new things about the mental health impact of the current stresses and traumas that humanity is facing today. So that's the first thing I want to say, that if we think we understand this and know how to deal with this, we are very wrong. And we're also very arrogant. And it's probably that arrogance that got us into this mess in the first place. So we need to have the humility to learn about it. It's an emergent mental health problem. And what that means is it's constantly changing and it's evolving and it's growing. And humanity does not have, I also ought to caveat this and start by saying, I'm really sorry. Listening to me is never comfortable, and especially at the start of my talks. So, you know, take a deep breath. I won't leave you in the depths of despair by the end of the talk. That's not my intention. But I would like you to feel some despair on the way through the talk, but not set at home there, not stay there. It's a hard sell to try and encourage people to feel distress and sad. But that is a mentally healthy response to what's going on in the world today. We should not feel okay about this. We do need to learn how to be okay with not feeling okay. But it is a feeling distress. People call it climate anxiety. I don't mind what we call it. Frankly, we've missed the boat on calling it something more sensible. Everyone calls it climate anxiety, and I'm not going to complain about anything that gets people talking about mental health. But it's not just anxiety, it's multiple layers of distress and confusion and anger and depression and sadness and grief. We'll talk more about that as we go. And it's human caused. We have created this, and we have never created anything on this scale before. And one of the difficulties is that we look into our past to look at psychologically. You're only going to get the psychological mental health from me. We look into the past to think, well, we've dealt with previous threats to humanity, so we can deal with this. We've dealt with anxiety about global wars, famine, tsunamis, current wars, Cuban Missiles Crisis, nuclear threat, COVID. We look at those things no matter how badly we dealt with them at different times, and we use the similar narrative, which is when we get over this, when we get beyond it, when we get on the other side of this, we'll be okay. We can go back to normal. We can rebuild. That's how we maintain hope in the face of loss and grief and multiple threats that we don't quite know how to deal with. So that's fine when it comes to those threats because they had an endpoint. Wars have an endpoint. COVID had an end-ish point. The problem with the climate and biodiversity crisis is we're halfway through the story of this, these multiple ecological crises. We're not at the beginning, we're in the middle of the story, but we frequently act as if we're at the beginning of the story. We believe we're at the beginning of the story and that the worst threats are in front of us, and they're not. They're here today, but we don't want to realize that. We don't want to wake up to that because for the vast majority of us, particularly in the global north, and the West, we will look out of the window and it doesn't look that different. But the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, the amount of biodiversity loss, the amount of multiple ecological crises which are evolving, back to my first point about it being emergent, means even if we went to zero carbon emissions tomorrow, it's too late to reverse this. We can never go back to where we were before. This does not mean that we can't change the end of the story. We absolutely can change the end of the story. But we can't do that unless we accept that we're in the middle of the story currently. So this is a roundabout way of saying your eco-anxiety makes absolute sense, whether it's anxiety or depression or anger or frustration. And you only feel this because you care. So you should be proud that you care. The last thing I want to do is remove or reduce or manage or treat anybody's eco-anxiety because it's a mentally healthy response. We don't want to get rid of it. We do need to understand it, and then we can channel it into different forms of action. The last thing we want to do is get rid of it. The pre-existing Western medical model of mental health, which is so pervasive we don't realize we're even living in it. When we talk about colonization, this is one of the worst things we've done to the world is export and colonize the whole world to think in Western medical model terms about things, which is we have to defeat any physical or psychological health problem. We have to beat them, we have to manage them, we have to reduce them, get rid of them. Worst thing we could possibly try and do with eco-anxiety because it's a healthy response. So half the distress that I hear from people is because the people around them can't understand their distress and don't resonate with it and don't understand it. So then it creates an isolation, it creates an alienation because people don't always understand, they don't get it. The Western medical model is deeply unhelpful when it comes to existential global problems like eco-anxiety. It cannot help us. So anyone who says they fully understand it, or they can manage it, or they can treat it, don't listen to them. Ignore them, run away. As I said, 40 years experience in mental health and psychiatry and psychology, nearly 20 years researching this, and I am only just starting to understand it. And that's what we have to start with. A young woman in the United States said to me, any quotes I use from research participants or clients are obviously disguised, and I have permission to use them. In fact, people are quite grateful and pleased that I quote them in talks because they want other people to understand. Young woman in the United States in her late 20s, been talking with her for a while about this. She said to me last year, and she really shook me. She said, you know what? She said, I wish I was mad. I wish I was really insane. And I said, really? Do you know what you're wishing for? Because this is not nice. She said, yeah, I wish this. She said, because dealing with insanity would be easier than dealing with eco-anxiety. Other people would understand that, and it's treatable, it's understandable. Eco-anxiety is devastating to her. Every time I listen, so my work is both research and academic, but also clinical. So I learn a lot from listening to people, and I'm going to share some of that with you. So this is not unknown. We have cumulative impacts of climate change in the world today. Record heat waves, wildfires, smoke, melting ice, flooding. And this leads to physical harm, absolutely, but also emotional distress. And it's both direct and indirect. This is one of the first things to really point to, is that, and I'm sure nobody here would say something as selfish as this, I hope not, but in the global north and global west, frequently people will take reassurance from, it's not that bad for our young people yet. We can protect them. This is not true, and I'm going to show you why later on. But we have short-term and long-term, and we have direct and indirect. What we're seeing more and more is the indirect adverse experience observed by witnessing harm caused to others. Reports, news reports showing animals and people fleeing wildfires, listening to stories told by survivors of traumatic events. So you are not protected from the impact of climate distress just because you're not physically experiencing it directly yourself. Like I said, I'll show you some more statistics on that in a minute. And we're recognizing this in mental health terms as a range of things: climate anxiety, vicarious trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder. Although Timothy Morton, the philosopher, academic, says we should also be talking about pre-traumatic stress disorder, and I think he's right. And complicated grief. And it's complicated. It's the similar grief to the grief that was often felt around COVID, because it's human caused. It's not natural disasters. We're not dealing with natural disasters. We've created this. We also have to look at this historically in terms of past responses to climate change to understand where we're at today, to help us understand the present manifestation of this climate distress, and look to the future. So past evidence, climate anxiety is nothing new. Climate scientists, ecologists, conservationists have been feeling this and raising the alarm on this for decades, since Silent Spring was published in 1960. We also know that the impact of climate change has been well known and well documented, but there's been a campaign of misinformation and disinformation, which has obscured people's capacity to deal with it. It's not the only reason. It's also political and economic and greed, but we'll come to that in a second. The present manifestation of this is the climate anxiety that we see increasing across general populations. In the past, it was very specific, trained, probably scientists and individuals or environmentalists. Present is now becoming more widespread in the population, and particularly for children and young people. And it's significant to understand that for children and young people, it's completely different to how adults feel about this. And that's why my research is with people up to mid-late 20s. Anyone under the age of 24, roughly-ish, don't shout at me, they're not culpable in the same way. They haven't got the carbon footprint, they haven't got the economic or the political power. They are developing it, yes, but they are not as culpable or as responsible. Over that age, absolutely. Future difficulties, it's just made me think I want to read you something, and luckily the book is nearby. Future difficulties, well, we have not got much longitudinal research around all this, but we're developing it, and there's some really interesting, terrifying, I promise I won't leave you feeling devastated. I'll give you some radical, uncomfortable hope by the end, but we are going to start with the bad news because we have to face the bad news. So there was some research published by Nomura, and this was conducted following Superstorm Sandy in 2012 in New York. We don't often get opportunity to do longitudinal research on this. We'd have to wait another 10 years and invite me back, right? By which point, we're not sure what state the world will be in. But Superstorm Sandy in New York in 2012, some researchers were able to look at the impact in utero of babies in utero of being women being pregnant during that storm. And then they were able to measure the impact on those children when they were born and then grew up 12 years later. So this 12 years. So they experienced this ecological environmental trauma during that storm in 2012. 12 years on, they went back and they measured in girls, they had a 20 times greater chance of anxiety and a 30 times greater risk of depression. So when we're talking about the future, we're talking about storing up huge problems in children and young people for the future by the trauma that they're experiencing today. This 10-year gap should warn us. We are now starting to argue that climate change and exposure to climate crisis is the equivalent of an adverse childhood experience. That is the equivalent of being exposed to terrorist attacks or war or child abuse. What that does, even though you might be on the other side of the trauma and the trauma may have subsided, the long-term impact makes you vulnerable to mental health problems for the rest of your life into adulthood. This is a big problem. In Mexico, the air pollution in Mexico, they have now started to measure the impact on people's brains of that continuous exposure to air pollution. And they are recognizing that there are physical hallmarks for Alzheimer's in 99.5% of the population, which includes 11-month-old children. Now, physical hallmarks for Alzheimer's is not a guarantee that you will develop Alzheimer's, but it increases your risk, doesn't it? So, again, we need to pay attention. So I want to read you something. We live in perilous times, and the perilous of our own making. And many of us probably deserve it. So what you can do in the chat is put a note of the year you think this was published while I read it you. Take a guess. We live in perilous times, the perilous of our own making, and many of us probably deserve it. But the children and the native peoples of this world and all the other species sashaying around in this great dance of life do not deserve the peril that we have created. The ecologist Raymond Dasman says that World War III has already begun, and this is the war of industrial humans against the earth. He's correct. All of us are warriors on one side or another in this war. There are no sidelines. There are no civilians. Ours is the last generation that will have the choice of wilderness, clean air, abundant wildlife, and expansive forests. The crisis is that severe. What's important is you do something now. I'll leave the date that was published at the end, but don't Google it. So I'm sure you're all aware of this, and I promise you I'm not underplaying or minimizing the impact of COVID. I really promise you I'm not. I still have long COVID, which has been devastating. But we have multiple waves, multiple threats that humanity is facing. This is what I meant about humanity's never faced these things. Warfare would be in the same scale as the COVID wave. Why is it different? Well, because with things like COVID or nuclear threat, unless it's really worldwide, we can convince ourselves that there are places in the world that might be safer. Not so with climate change or biodiversity collapse. This is genuinely a worldwide problem. There will be nowhere that is exempt from this. And there will be huge parts of the world that are uninhabitable. And those people have to go somewhere. And there are many countries in the world, the US, the UK, and Europe amongst them, who are, we can hear that narrative around migrants, climate migrants, refugees at the moment. That's only going to get worse. People have to go somewhere. Antonio Guterres is one of the only world leaders who's speaking out really strongly and clearly about this, because he can. The IPCC report in February 2022 was when they really started talking about the mental health impact, the psychological impact. He said the facts are undeniable. Abdication of leadership is criminal. The world's polluters are guilty of arson of our only home. So the climate crisis, biodiversity crisis, Timothy Morton talks about this as a hyperobject, which means it's too big to see all at once. So we think, okay, what about plastic pollution? You think, all right, yeah, okay. And then someone says, yeah, but no, what about air pollution? You think, okay, right. And then someone says, no, we've got wildfires. And then you think, right. And then we've got oceans heating up. And then we've got threats to farming. And then we've got flooding. And then we've got, we can't hold it. Our brains are not equipped for this. It's a polycrisis. And the polycrisis means if we don't deal with every aspect of these crises on a global scale, pretty much all at the same time, we're in big trouble. And it's very difficult to do, because what we do is we dissect and separate things out to make them manageable. When people don't feel much about the climate biodiversity crisis, it's not that they're not feeling anything, it's that they're feeling too much. So they shut their feelings down. They have to survive. This has to be dealt with on a personal level, at a family level, it's a social, collective, national level, international, and political, and planetary, all at the same time. Paul Hoggett was one of the founders of the Climate Psychology Alliance, and he said, we're living in a time when tragedy, which is without precedent, is unfolding. We are witnessing catastrophic rates of species extinction. There's just two words there psychologically I want to point to. We're living in it. It is without precedent, and we're witnessing it. So we're not talking about something that is in our future or in our past. It's the living within it, which is so incredibly difficult for us because we don't believe our eyes. It's like this. The fish don't see the water they're swimming in. They can't construct an idea of water because it's their environment. It's normal. And this is what is happening to us. The crisis is becoming normalized. Gus Speth was the US advisor on climate, I think, during Barack Obama's government, might have been before. He's a natural scientist. He said he used to think top environmental problems could be dealt with 30 years of good science. He said, but I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with those, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation. And scientists don't know how to do that. I would add to that, I would change that slightly today. I'd say scientists alone don't know how to do that. She's saying, can you give me a hand moving these from the fiction to the non-fiction section? 1984, The Handmaid's Tale, Brave New World, The Trial, The Hunger Games, The Road, Planet of the Apes. Hollywood, literature, poetry, art has been addressing this symbolically, representing exactly this shift in humanity that's been going on for a very long time. So I think I've said this really. It's very important to understand that this distress that we feel around what's happening to our beautiful planet is not just anxiety about climate change and biodiversity crisis. A huge part of this is the anxiety that we have that people in power are not taking action on this. For young people and children, it is absolutely linked to adult inaction or adult denial or adult disavowal, which creates a relational trauma. The very people that we want to elect, whatever your politics, to take care of us are failing to do that globally, politically, economically. Being in touch with external reality is how we measure mental health. Therefore, it's a sign of mental health if you're distressed. I would worry about people that were not distressed about this. We've missed the boat on changing the name of this, but really we could call it politician anxiety, because it's about investing in people in power and recognizing that they have a responsibility or a culpability. And there's a disconnect. All of these emotions are emotionally, mentally healthy in response to these multiple crises. Grief and solastalgia. Solastalgia is very much the grief and the love of place, the land, the water, the trees, the rivers. Hope and hopelessness is really important. We don't want to split into binary, oppositional, emotional responses. We need to feel both. We have to have hope, absolutely, but we also need to visit hopelessness. We just don't want to stay there and live there. Anger, blame, frustration, all of these. Fantasies of rescue, fine. Apocalyptic fantasies, fine. Don't live there. We will develop defenses around this to cope. We need to understand that those are defenses. We have to be cautious of this false binary. We have this false binary, which is a way of reassuring ourselves. And people split into one of two extreme camps. They go into the apocalyptic, catastrophic, doom and gloom, nihilistic. It's all over. What's the point? And, you know, set up compounds in Arizona or insect farms in West Wales or try and buy up land in New Zealand. It's like, right, we'll just put up the walls. Or at the opposite end of that, you've got naive hope and optimism. Carbon capture will save us. Yeah, the government will save us. Nothing to worry about. Don't worry about this. There is a particular group who I'm deeply fond of, who believe that at the point of greatest destruction, aliens will descend to the earth and rescue us. I love these people because A, how can we be sure they won't? And B, I don't think that's any different to thinking that technology or the government will save us. You know, if you want to invest hope in them, that's absolutely fine. If that's the way you stay sane. But I would advise against it. Really, what we have to do is tolerate the multiple uncertainties in the middle of the, oh, we can be hopeful. Well, right. You can be hopeful unless you live in the Maldives or the Philippines or Nigeria or India or Bangladesh. Not so hopeful there. Those countries are devastated and there's not much we can do. Caribbean at the moment, not much we can do in terms of saving the whole of that country for the future. Doesn't mean there isn't a lot we can do. This is where reparation is so important. I talk about this as we need external activism. Of course we do. We need to go out there and do stuff, of course, but we also need this internal activism. We need to come to terms with this range of emotional responses and not split any of them off and say, you should not feel that way. Well, yeah, you should, actually. We should not dismiss any of these emotions. I call this emotional biodiversity. My friend who's an ecologist laughs at me and says, no, it's not quite what we mean by biodiversity, but I'm using it because it's a way of representing this. All of these emotions have their place. They're all valuable. Don't dismiss them. In the same way as you wouldn't dismiss the importance of insects or grass or clean air and clean water, don't dismiss sadness and grief. They're valuable. I've tried to map the kind of journey that we can go on engaging with this climate despair and what does it feel like to come to terms with this. And so although I told you I was going to take you down at the start of the talk, I do not want to leave you there in the depression and hopelessness, but I do want you to be able to visit that because it is invaluable. We move through it by facing vulnerabilities, uncertainties, grief, understanding, and empathy, care for self and others, sadness. Then we can connect with anger, climate justice, reframing, love, imagining different futures and getting empowered, radical acceptance, coping with these multiple uncertainties, finding meaning, and you're at a higher level of functioning psychologically than when you went in. This is how we build emotional intelligence and emotional resilience. If you try and take a shortcut from eco-anxiety to action, you do not develop the intelligence or the resilience. You then crash and burn. It's a hard sell saying, make friends with your depression. This is why. Generationally, there's big differences. This was a British Association Counselling and Psychotherapy survey in 2020. You can just look at the numbers. Highest percentage of concern about the climate is under 34-year-olds, 61, 60%. And then it drops in midlife. And then it starts to go up again towards later life as you head towards your 60s. We do not know why. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this. It could well be that at midlife you're just stretched trying to take care of children, elderly relatives, pay the mortgage, pay the rent. You know, it could be getting divorced. I don't know. It could be. And this is generalizing, obviously, but it's important. It's interesting because most of the CEOs and politicians are in that midlife age group as well. And we don't all feel it the same way. People can have mild climate distress and anxiety where feelings are transient, and you can be reassured and focus on optimism. And, you know, recycling will make you feel better. I'm not dismissing the importance of recycling, but that's mild. And not everybody feels this in a mild way. So diversity, difference, and valuing and respecting the different feelings around this are absolutely crucial. As you get more upset and more distressed, you have doubt in other people's capacity to take action and changing their lifestyle. You become disillusioned. You've got the heat pumps, you've got the solar panels, you've gone vegan, you've got an electric car, and it's still all getting worse, for example. And as it gets worse and worse and worse, it's harder to mitigate your distress or your guilt and your shame, particularly living in the global north and west, and it impacts significantly on relationships. At its most critical, we currently have young people who are suicidal in the US and the UK and other parts of the world. And it's not that they want to die. They just don't know how to live. A teenager said to me, he said, I don't want to die. He said, but I don't know how to live in a world that doesn't care about the future of young people. I don't know how to cope with that. It's that relational pain and distress. We argue that that is a form of moral injury, and that's been measured in research in veterans who've come back from war or in medics, particularly following the COVID crisis. You go to war or you go to work as a doctor trusting the message you've been given, and you think you're doing the right thing, and in many ways you are, but you've been also betrayed by the people who are in control. Following the Vietnam War, there was very clear evidence of this, and the same now following COVID. You feel betrayed by the very people who are supposed to tell you the truth and protect you. So I need to cut to the end, but I just want to give you a few figures from the research that we published in 2021. This was 10,000 children and young people aged 16 to 25 in these 10 different countries: Australia, Brazil, Finland, France, India, Nigeria, Philippines, Portugal, UK, US. And we asked about three things: impact on daily living, how you felt and what you thought. So if you look at the dark blue purple line, impact on daily living, it's not rocket science. If you're in India or the Philippines, in Nigeria, Brazil, impact on daily living is quite significant. It's high. The UK, US, it's relatively low, 26, 28%. Although actually I would argue that, you know, that's still a very significant number of young people who feel that climate change has an impact on their daily living, eating, sleeping, going to school. Then we asked about emotion. Climate change makes me feel. This is the worldwide figures. And the number one emotional response is sadness, not anxiety. 67% said it makes them feel sad. This is back to the importance of grief and sadness and fear. So far, fairly familiar, I suspect. I want to show you some of the impact on cognition, the way of thinking. 55% worldwide, 53% UK think they won't have access to the same opportunities their parents have. That's an intergenerational conflict. Family security being threatened, not so much in the UK. 52% worldwide, 39% UK. Because it's not directly physically threatening security so much just now. But now look, 8 out of 10, 83% worldwide, 80% UK. We've caught up with the worldwide figure. Worse in the Philippines. Think people have failed to take care of the planet. 3/4 or more think the future is frightening. 75% worldwide, 73% UK, 92% Philippines. So the young people in the UK and the US, it's very similar, are not protected from the cognitive impact of climate anxiety, which is that the future is frightening. They're not safe from that. Over half think humanity is doomed. 56% worldwide, 51% UK. Even worse, 48% told us they were dismissed or ignored when they tried to talk about climate change. We wouldn't dismiss and ignore young people talking about mental health generally. We wouldn't, but we do when it comes to climate change because the grown-ups can't stand it. We don't know how to cope with it. Then we also asked about government, and this was in 2021. 65% told us government was failing young people. This is the UK figures. Only 28% thought government could be trusted. See what I mean about the intergenerational, relational trauma? This is the researchers involved. So I did say I'd give you some good news. What helps? Acceptance, altruism, courage, emotional self-regulation. That stuff is really hard to tolerate, but we need to. Gratitude, humility, humor, mindfulness, patient respect. Short-term suppression, have a night off, eat pizza, watch television, dance, laugh, but do it short-term. Be tolerant. Talk to yourself through this. What helps? Face our denial. Come to terms with the fact we're human. So we're deeply irrational creatures. I'm not going to comment about AI's rationality up against the deep irrationality of human beings. If we were rational creatures, there would be no war, there would be no child abuse. It's going to be interesting. I'm not looking forward to that. We need to get under the surface of our feelings. We need emotion in technical solutions. The University of Bath has me teaching this material to engineering students because they want emotionally intelligent engineering students for the future. We have to confront our narcissistic entitlement in the West, in the North. We might want to do these things, but do we need to? We've got to grieve what we've done, confront our apathy, give up some old ways of living, repair our relationship with nature and the natural world. We cannot completely see the future, but we can be imaginal and stay with how uncomfortable this is. And it is uncomfortable. We have to face the multiple uncertainties here, and they're not experienced equally. We can't just give people advice and expect them to follow. We've got to pay attention to emotion. Humans are emotional, irrational creatures. We will sabotage anything and everything unless we take our feelings into account. We need to pay attention to the 3 areas: emotions, thinking, and physical action. Then we can reframe eco-anxiety. I don't want to get rid of it, but I will reframe it into eco-empathy, eco-understanding, eco-courage. This is the radical hope argument. We might be going off a cliff as humanity, but we can go down fighting. eco-awareness, eco-connection, eco-belonging, eco-meaning. And this has to be linked to the fact that the climate biodiversity crisis is a human rights issue. We are undermining and harming fundamental human needs. And there's an intersection between human rights, climate change, and climate anxiety. And if we subject young people to climate anxiety and moral injury without addressing that, it is cruel, inhuman, degrading, and a form of torture. That's it. I've stopped.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's very grounding, sobering, helpful. I mean, everyone has different responses, I'm sure. Thank you so much, though, for sharing. And we would love to open the space for questions for Carolyn or reflections. Feel free to speak them in too. You don't just have to put them in the chat, although it has been very helpful to have them written and
I'll pick up while people are thinking about their questions. There's one here from Julie, which I'll start with. How to have supportive conversations with young people about climate change. And I'm going to quote an 8-year-old, Sophia. I have to use her name. I'm in terrible trouble if I don't. So when I started this research, I spoke to a lot of children and said, how do we talk with you without terrifying you? Bearing in mind, they probably know more about it than you do. And she said, well, she said, you've got to tell us the truth. She said, because if you don't tell us the truth, you're lying to us. She said, and if you're lying to us, we can't trust you. And if we can't trust you, we can't talk to you about how we feel. She said, but don't tell us the bad news all at once. Tell us some bad news and some good news, then some bad news, then some good news, then some bad news, and some good news. I love this child. She said, and anyway, she said, I'm not a baby, right? Children know already. I went to interview a 10-year-old. This was 2017, 2018. I went to interview him one evening, and his dad met me at the door, and his dad, single parent dad, very close relationship with his son. He said, I don't think he knows about climate change. I said, well, we'll see. I only asked 2 questions. This child is describing climate change as an alligator that crawls over the face of the earth, and it's eating and eating and eating, and it's rotting from the inside out, and it'll never stop eating. Dad is sat the other side of the room next to the Christmas tree looking traumatized, right? He had no idea. And I'm sat there thinking, this child knows about climate change. Your children know about it, but they won't tell you that they know unless you ask them. The best way to start that conversation is to say, what do you know? Tell me, educate me. I really want to know about this. And I want us, so it's not so much talking to them as talking with them and saying, this, I want to talk about this together. It's got to be dealt with relationally. The thing that hurts children and young people more than anything else is being dismissed. Or we have a tendency to criminalize, pathologize, patronize children and young people when it comes to their opinions, particularly around things like climate change. I wish we could lower the voting age as well to 14 at least. That would help. Right, I've rambled. Well, hopefully some of the questions have come in.
yeah, there's a great one from Jared.
Go for it.
Is there a conversation in your professional community about the collective self-harm being committed by society on itself, similar to an alcoholic drinking themselves to death while failing to acknowledge or avoid their inevitably terminal behavior? How can that be addressed collectively?
Is that specifically, I can't find the question, is that specifically around alcohol or is it around other forms of self-destructiveness?
It's just that I think that's like a metaphor of
Oh,
what
okay.
we're doing as a society to ourselves.
The sort of collective suicide, collective
Yeah, I can.
self-destruct
Yeah.
that we're in. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And it's, of course, being enacted with increasing rates of psychiatric illness significant mental illness, particularly amongst children and young people in the West and in the global North. I mean, it's increasing massively. Yeah, I'm working with two colleagues in particular, one in the US and one in Finland. We're going to be publishing something about the moral injury and the self-harm and the suicide that we're seeing emerging. We're going to publish at the end of this year. The key thing I would say here is I have worked quite a lot with young people who have been suicidal around this, and they're not now. And often what they need is that understanding, that honest understanding and courage to say, yeah, it sucks. Yeah, this is unfair. It's the unfairness and the moral injury and the not being listened to, which causes the worst pain for children and young people. If we can tolerate that, then it's more tolerable for them. I have no problem with people feeling suicidal. I have a great problem with them acting on it. So yeah, we are talking about this, about how to address it. The trouble is when you go out into public and media especially and talk about this, you're accused of encouraging young people to commit suicide and self-harm. And so it's a really sensitive, delicate thing. We have to be very careful about how we talk about it.
Carolyn,
I want to thank
so
you.
much
Oh.
for everything you're sharing. I just wanted to clarify really quickly because I really love to hear your answer on this. It's not so much I was asking about the suicidal thoughts of individuals. It's the collective self-harm and collective suicidal direction that we're heading as a society without us intervening in the terminal suicidal behavior that we're exhibiting as a society. You know, wide swath of society, denying still in climate denialism about the fact that we can just keep going status quo and everything will be okay. Like, how do we as a collective within your profession address that level of denialism on a collective level that's such that we can actually protect ourselves and be able to survive and sustain life on this planet?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I get you. You're right. And you possibly saw me shaking my head while you said it. I'm not sure we're in the position yet where we're able to stop it from happening. I think it has to get worse. Sadly, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think we will address that until it gets significantly worse, because at the moment we hive that recognition and awareness of and call people who are aware of that idiots and cranks and tree huggers and doomers, and we don't collectively feel culpable or responsible or recognize it. We haven't the capacity collectively. In small groups we have, but not collectively. Collectively, there's still this emphasis on, I want this. And there's huge rage erupting against climate activists, for example. So it's actually culturally going the other way at the moment, which is devastating and frightening. I think, unfortunately, and I hope I'm wrong, unfortunately, I think things have to get worse. The trouble is, in that process of things getting worse, vulnerable individuals pay the price because they can't cope. It's just too agonizing and unbearable, and they kind of carry the weight and the wounding of the world on themselves. So the only thing I can advise is we create a culture of care. Sally Weintraub talks about culture of care and the culture of uncare, because meetings like this, conversations like this, create a sense of care, of belonging, of feeling heard, feeling empathized with. You're not crazy. You make perfect sense. I get it. And if the more we can create that understanding, the more we can stay safe within the storm, whilst doing what we can, which is limited, but it's not impossible. And this is back to the radical hope argument, which is, yeah, we might be going off a cliff, but we are going down fighting, because the one thing we cannot afford to lose is our integrity and our capacity for love and our moral compass and our capacity to value and care for each other. We cannot afford to lose that, because then it's all over, right? So it takes a particular kind of courage to reckon. That's why I read that quote at the start. I don't know if people put the year in. This was published in 1991.
Okay.
Quote I read you. Published in 1991, written in the 1970s. World War III has already begun. I know not everybody is comfortable with the language of being at war. Personally, I like it because it makes sense to me. You know, there are many ways to fight, obviously. I think we have to
Thank
accept
you.
what's happening.
Thank you for raising this. Thank you for talking about it. I don't think it has been resonating with different communities. So my question's around marginalized communities. So I have a nonprofit that focuses on underserved teens. And what we are working on is really leadership and soft skills that they could cope. And we do it through the lens of social justice and sustainability. Tying to that, we have a module that we focus on with regard to climate anxiety. And I see that my, ninth and 10th graders, 14 to 50-year-olds get it, and they're overwhelmed by it. But when I'm working with the teachers or trying to get them to really look at, we have to make sure it's resonating with them, especially marginalized communities with regard to flooding, with regard to, making sure they have access to food, because it affects every aspect of your living. They don't want to do that. There's a status quo. So I find that I have to sidestep administrations and go directly to the students and really say that the answer is action. What action? You mentioned empathy building, etc. What action can we really focus on so that they feel empowered? Specifically, our average 12, 13, 14-year-olds who feel overwhelmed. What action?
Education about, so I use a psychoeducational approach. I do a lot of work with groups of children and young people and climate activists. I do a lot of talks in schools, and I took some stuff out for this today, but I teach them this. I do a lot of workshops with young people, and I teach them about how to navigate mental health difficulties, how to deal with depression, anxiety, rage. It's an educational approach. That is fundamentally empowering. And they come out of those workshops going, well, now I know how to deal with breaking up with my girlfriend. And now I know how to deal with drugs and alcohol. Now I know how to deal with arguments with my parents. We need that psychoeducational approach. And then it can be applied to every aspect of what it means to be a young person. I asked a group of young people that sort of age years ago, what do you need from education? And they said, well, we need lessons in how to build boats, how to grow food, which plants are safe to eat. They said, we also want lessons in how to lobby politicians. And I love these kids. And they said, we want lessons in how to have difficult conversations with our parents. So they understood that holistic nature of it. I can only be enthusiastic about this. You've got me on my favorite subject now, which the work I do with groups of young people and teenagers, I teach them this stuff. And they come out of that knowing how to navigate the ups and downs emotionally, how to deal with their climate anxiety. And they come out of it feeling proud of the fact that they've got climate anxiety. So it is a transformational, empowering approach. You had to just have a rather short version of it here today, but they come out of it feeling good because they've got the tools psychologically, educationally. We are rubbish in the West at teaching our children how to deal with mental health. We're terrible. They need lessons in school, and this is this is where I would get a little bit Pollyanna-ish about the climate crisis, because it does give us the opportunity to educate our children about mental health, instead of teaching them the rubbish we've always taught them, which is you shouldn't feel sad, you shouldn't feel angry, you shouldn't feel anxious, there's something wrong with you if you do. Nonsense. You should feel angry, you should feel anxious, and this is how you deal with it. This is how you navigate it. Give them the tools and they come out of it feeling amazing. I haven't time, but if you email me, I will send you more resources. I want to read you. So when we published that research in 2021, I have presented that research to a lot of people, often groups of mixed adults and children. And often the adults do not want to hear young people think humanity is doomed, right? I look at their eyes on the Zoom call, and I think, well, they're not going to ask me back, you know. And then we get to the end, right? And then I say, how does this make you feel in the chat, right? All the kids write in the chat, this makes me feel better. I don't feel alone. Thank you. This is how I feel. They need us to have that honesty and courage. And I get your problem with the school. But well, A, I've got some resources I can send you, just email me. And B, you have to have a kind of sneaky guerrilla approach to it. You have to get under their radar and present it in a educational form, and then deliver psychoeducational stuff. Let me read you. When we published that research, I got this email from a 14-year-old. I mean, a researcher getting emails from children is mind-blowing. She said, I'm only a single person in Germany, but I want to thank you for this research. What the study reveals makes me, for the first time ever, feel I'm not alone with the future and climate anxiety I experience every day. This recent study is an incredibly important step for us young people around the world to imaginally, emotionally connect and visually realize not one of us is alone with this issue. I hope this message reaches politicians around the world, as well as socio-psychological educational professions, so they can react to the needs of us young people. The kids get it. Yeah, so I understand. Most of I do many talks and workshops in schools, and it's mostly young people that invite me, and then they have to find a way around their teachers, which they do. So just ask me, I'll come and do a workshop for you. We can do that.
I will. Thank you so much. And thank you for what you're
But
doing.
we have to be
Love it.
sneaky, right? We have to be sneaky. It's too
Thanks again.
important. Thank you for your question.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we can,
We're probably way out of time. I'm
we're a
sorry.
little, yeah, we're stretching it a little, and that's okay. Some questions, and then we'll go into our reflection. What are some, since you shared that we should share with the children, the youth,
Start again. Sorry.
what are some practical practices to deal with eco-anxiety? So what tools might you offer someone like you were just speaking of?
If anyone out there is a diver who trained with Paddy, I'm a diving instructor. Well, not so much anymore. But when you're in trouble underwater, we had a formula: stop, breathe, think, act. Because you have to stop, remember to breathe, you're underwater. Then you start thinking, then you take action. I think it's a brilliant formula, and I want to apply it to any crisis or threat, like the climate crisis. First of all, stop everything. And remember to breathe. Regulate your breathing, regulate your body, use mindfulness exercises, sit with your back against a tree, breathe. If you've got a dog in the house, breathe with the dog. It's an amazing tool for emotional regulation. Yeah, if my heart rate's going up and I'm stressing, I go and breathe with my dog because they're so much more regulated. So get your breathing under control, reconnect with your body, sit against a tree, then think and feel. Reconnect with how you think and what you feel, then take action. Never go straight to physical action because then it'll be panic and then you'll feel worse. So you can use that formula. We have a very famous children's book, which you might know, I don't know, Michael Rosen, We're All Going on a Bear Hunt. I use the book a lot. It's a father and his children, and they're going out on an adventure. And they meet all these obstacles, rivers, mud, grass. Every time they hit an obstacle, it's a children's book, it's fabulous. If you don't know it, look at it. Every time they meet an obstacle, they go, uh-oh, we can't get under it, we can't get over it, we can't get around it, we're gonna have to go through it. Same with climate change. We can't avoid it, we can't escape it, we can't pretend it's not happening, we're gonna have to find a way through it. So play, to be perfectly honest, and I hope I've brought a tiny bit of that in here today, we can learn to play with painful things. We do need that humor because it reminds us of our humanity. Yeah, we're human. We've really messed up. That doesn't mean we can't do something about where we're at, even if it's not going to save everything. There's also an apocryphal story of two parents and their children walking down a beach one day. It's been a big storm, lots of sea creatures thrown up on the beach, and some of them are still alive. And the children are picking up the ones that are alive and throwing them back in the water. And the parents are frustrated and say, look, hurry up, you know, we want to get on with the walk and you can't make a difference. Look, there's millions of these creatures. What difference can you make with that? And the kids just pick up one each and throw that one back in the water and say, well, I made a difference to that one. So save one starfish. That's where you start. That matters. If everybody saved one starfish, we'd have a revolution on our hands. So that small act is crucial. It's really important. Have that personal small action. Love the garden that you have or your pot plant that you have. There's a beautiful line in a poem. It says, what have you done with the garden that was entrusted to you? The garden being the planet that is entrusted to us. That's what we need to keep in mind.
One more.
About injustice, so that, you know, save the starfish, but vote. And vote.
One more. One more question, hopefully more on an inspirational note. If you had a magic wand for our next generation, what's one thing you would do or make?
What's the one thing
that you would do or make for them for the next generation?
I'd stop anyone over the age of 40 voting politically, and I would reduce the voting age to 10. I'd
Nice.
give them the power to make decisions about their future. I'd probably also want to give a vote to the animals as well. There's a beautiful story, a First Nation American story about who speaks for the wolf. And it's a tribe who go through all sorts of learning and difficulties as a collective human, and they learned from it. I'm cutting to the end of the story. They learned from it that they were making decisions without taking into account what the wolf would have voted for if they'd given the wolf a vote. So they started to make sure that all the animals were spoken for by the people. We should not be making decisions without thinking, what would the trees vote for? What would the rivers vote for? What would the animals vote for? We really should be giving them the vote. They have far more sense than the rest of us.
Yeah.
And they would vote sympathetically for the collective.
I have a question and I'll make it really quick. Do you believe that there are other planets and other beings watching what we're doing on Earth? And will our world affect what's going on in their planet? And I had an experience years ago of seeing an ET because I was praying for anyone to please help somebody I knew that was in horrific pain. And I saw this face that had no hair, big blue eyes, large mouth, and all it said to me was, "Follow me." And it scared the heck out of me. And I jumped up off of the floor and I never talked to them. But I truly believe that the planets around Earth are being affected by us. And I wish that we could interact with them if they could help us, because whatever happens to us is going to affect them too, in the whole system.
I love your question, Nancy, right? Nobody has ever asked me this question before in years. I love that you have asked me this question. I live in Wiltshire in the UK, which is a hotspot of UFO sightings and crop circle appearances. So I'm going to be honest with you. I've seen a lot of UFOs. Yeah, because I go outside and stand outside at night and look at the sky and I see them. I do not know what that then means. So I have not got any experience beyond that. You've had an extraordinary experience there. Throughout history, people have had these encounters with others, which could be seen as UFOs, aliens, or angels, or other creatures, and this fantasy about other planets. I love the imaginal leap that we need to make there. I think it's really, really important. I think we have to hold and tolerate the not being certain around it. I don't distrust your experience. I haven't had your experience. I'd quite like to have your experience. I think I'd be a bit scared too. I think we have to imagine our way through this. Absolutely. I don't think you're crazy. And I think holding on to that belief is fine. I've had dreams about whales coming to me and talking to me and saying, this is what you have to do for climate change. This is what you have to do. So I'm dreaming about animals speaking to me. Similar stuff, right? The unconscious, human unconscious is enormous. And there's a lot of interesting research about the capacity to communicate with others, other beings, with other intelligences. And I want to stretch my heart and imagination wide enough to make space for this in there. And I can't also rely on it because I'm a human, mortal on this earth, here today. I have to dig my garden, vote, clean my house, walk my dog. So you have to stay grounded in the here and now and not hope that that is rescue. But I don't think you should stop yourself from hoping that it is.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have both.
Thank you.
Keep your feet on the ground, but let your imagination fly. Yeah, I understand that.
Thank you.
I love the fact you asked me the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Carolyn, for your time and energy and participating in this conversation. I'm so grateful for you.
Thank you. And I know we're way over.
Yeah, we're going to skip the reflection questions that we had in the other sessions, which is totally great and fine. And we'll transition over to John, our last speaker. Thank you. I'm gonna, yep.
I'm open to going ahead with the transition questions. They're going to be useful.
Wonderful. Thank you for voicing that. I will cue it up. We'll bring it up. Okay, so for all of us to reflect for our own lives and the lives of everyone in the world, how can parents, educators, and mental health professionals address eco-anxiety in children and young people? Feel free to write your ideas in the chat. And how can storytelling and relationship with nature be used in building emotional resilience? And I would add solutions to climate change. Thank you so much. Your ideas are very heartfelt, and it's great that we're sharing them here so we can add them to our solutions generation synthesis. And the goal is that your ideas will take an effect in the world. Oh, okay. Thank you all again. I'm gonna introduce John now. John Jones is the founder and primary architect of the World System Solutions Organization and Initiative. He's one of the content creators, or the main content creators and spiritual compass of the organization. For 20 years, John has served as an organizational consultant, taught courses on personal development, functioned as a life coach, and is the author of 2 books covering topics related to global transformation, spiritual development, and emotional healing. One is called A World Without Fear, and the other one is called Enter the Era of Empowerment, Self-Sovereignty in a Complex World. John also worked for 14 years as an information systems programmer, database designer, network administrator, business analyst, project manager, and researcher of organizational change. So thank you for being here to speak on transforming values for a sustainable future, and much more.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank all of you for being here, and thank all of our excellent speakers for being here. This is truly a fantastic educational opportunity for everybody. I have a presentation that I'd like to share with you, and I'd like, if you folks are open to it, this to be as interactive a process as possible. If you have any questions or thoughts, please do feel free to just jump in. You won't be interrupting, and you will be enhancing the conversation. I'm going to go into slideshow mode. So we are, as an organization, developing what we refer to as the Phoenix Transformational Platform, or Global Transformational Platform. And it's being designed to, as Amie said at the beginning of this presentation, to align and unify and synergize and optimize the collaboration whole process of humanity globally. And we feel that a platform of some sort is necessary at this time. We've not, as a species, been able to work together, to learn together, to transform our educational processes globally, effectively and efficiently within the time available. We actually don't know how to do that. Humanity doesn't have that answer as of yet. We can find it together, and we can't do it alone. So we're doing our very best to generate this collaborative space and capacity, and to design the architecture that will allow for collaborative efforts globally to be ongoing, for solutions generation via those collaborative efforts in a non-competitive way to be produced, and to allow organizations, governmental institutions, crowdsourced efforts, educational institutions, and research entities to work together efficiently and effectively with the resources and technologies that are available, and within the time that's available to us as a species to rectify and solve for the poly crisis, and within it the climate crisis. So we understand that that is a tall order. As an organization, as Amie said earlier, we are not assuming we have the answer to anything. We're trying to create a community space for humanity to find its own answers together, and to work together in the most efficient and functional ways possible, and simply to ensure that there's a stream of technology, information, and resources and knowledge that would foster that collective effort globally. It's our understanding that the United Nations is contemplating their own collaboration platform, so to speak. So we feel that that's a sign that they recognize the necessity and the utility of global scalable collaborative effort. That said, if we don't have a way to take collective action immediately that is substantive and that's in the right direction and that is sustained, we may well miss our window of opportunity as a species and simply be consigned to a reality of dealing with the symptomology of the climate crisis for the long term, which would mean vast pain and suffering for us as a species, perhaps 1 million more species beyond the ones that we've already rendered extinct, going extinct by 2050, and untold damage to the environment. And our young people, as Carolyn and Dr. Bosio were communicating, are being inundated by this situation. They're not being empowered to change the world. They are being left, in essence, without recourse, without support, without education, without knowledge, without resources and tools to help them build a future that would work for all of them and for the ecosystem itself. In our view as an organization, the most optimal way forward for us is not through competition or profit focus or modernity focus. It's through a balanced approach of honoring and respecting the ecosystem as an equal partner to humanity. Literally as, if not more important than us as a species, because if the ecosystem collapses, we collapse. We don't have a way to continue as a species in any collective way, meaning there's 8.5 billion people on the planet. If we were to have economic or infrastructure collapse, that could mean the deaths of billions of people. So we need something that is going to be supportive of the necessary global change and transformation into sustainability, renewal, and reharmonization. We need that as soon as possible. And that's going to require a collective international effort, every nation working together, every people working together. We realize that, we understand it, we're hoping to affect it as soon as possible, and to recognize that local efforts are vital all around the world. There are no unimportant local efforts. Simultaneously, if we don't work together as a global community, we will not marshal the necessary resources and technology and co-creative capacity to solve this and to make headway. And thus, again, we would be relegated to simply experiencing the symptomology and potentially spiraling downward or backward as a species. So we again hope to avoid that potential. This might be a insight producing graphic. The polycrisis is occurring, and it's multifold. It is a very complicated situation, and it must be dealt with in a way that makes sense. One moment. It must be dealt with in a way that makes sense to all of its dimensions. We can't not look at the disempowerment of women and indigenous peoples and disenfranchised communities. We can't just avoid looking at that. We can't deny that fact in this process. We can't assume that technology is going to solve everything. We can't assume that gender equality need not be resolved. We can't look away from our processes of extraction of limited resources and assume that we can solve the climate crisis. This is a diagram that was produced in the Club of Rome originally around 1970. And this study's been replicated 2 or 3 times. The latest one was 2020. And if you see the time frame between now and 2050, according to their extrapolations, we're looking at likely economic collapse and without recourse. And we're hoping, we're not saying this will be the future, we're hoping it won't be, and we're doing our very best to ensure that it won't be. And ensuring and bringing about the reality of it not being the future is going to require everybody in the world working together. And that's not a pie in the sky idea. That is a global crisis, a global emergency. And we feel it's necessary for people to take it as such, receive it as such, act on it as such, and solve for it as such. According to this diagram, the number of deaths post 2023 is going to increase. The number of births will also increase. How could that be? Well, if you don't have technology and you don't have birth control and you don't have medical support, are you going to have more pregnancies? And are you going to have more people die? If pollution suddenly decreases, why would that be? Did we figure it out? Is that what this graph is saying? Actually, no. It's basically saying pollution would decrease because we would run out of fossil fuels and the capacity to produce pollution because we would have collapsed as a planetary community. So, and of course, industrial output decreasing, food per capita decreasing, and ultimately the population globally decreasing. So this does not have to be humanity's future. We can turn this around. We have the capacity. We have the technology. In order to turn it around, we understand that it will require a global shift in consciousness. It will require a collaborative and empowering approach for everyone, especially young people and women. It will require a new solutions paradigm because our current solutions paradigms are, for the most part, for-profit, competitive, siloed, fragmented, non-aligned, not focused on values that would lead to renewing the planet, generating sustainability, and reharmonizing with nature. We feel that an AI-based collaboration platform is our best option in that regard, not the current methods of applying AI with hallucinations or for-profit purposes or to twist political will or to manipulate people. AI-based and from beginning to end and at every step in between on what will serve humanity, what will serve future generations, and what will do so with absolute trustworthiness and integrity for the common good. The world has many siloed disciplines that we operate from. Even universities are fragmented in these ways. And they're constantly chasing after funds for very valiant efforts that are individual efforts or small group efforts, rather than there being a way to integrate and synthesize the knowledge of humanity. Now, generative AI has the capacity to integrate all of the information of humanity. It's not perfect. It's not the best it can be, and it has holes in it, so to speak. In its capacity to produce quality information on very technical topics. And that said, it's going to improve, and it's going to improve rapidly. If we can synthesize the knowledge of humanity and make a global commons area of information available to all nations equally, everyone operating from the same playbook, from the same sheet of paper, so to speak, and everyone having access to necessary technology and information and knowledge and informational resources and expert resources, then we will escalate and catalyze our capacity as a world to solve for the climate crisis. At this time, we're looking at a paradigm on our planet of human survival and feeding, literal feeding, like any species does, and proliferation drives, causing destruction to the environment. Any overpopulating species on the planet would tend to destroy its environment. That's just ecosystem 101. Our desire as human beings to accumulate and consume endlessly, to always seek more, and to grow beyond our means, and to look at growth as a historical value and mindset, as if that is a solution to anything, whether it's a growth of a corporation or whether it's a growth of a single nation or community at the expense of the world and the ecosystem. It doesn't matter. That growth mindset is antithetical to generating a functional, thriving, healthy ecosystem. There isn't another species on the planet that can proliferate endlessly without being bounded by its environment or being bounded by other species consuming it. Nature balances itself. Our amplification of our feeding dynamics and our proliferation dynamics via technology are generating this massive climate crisis and polycrisis dynamic. So we can change that. We also operate from an extraction mindset as a species. We started out as hunter-gatherers, perhaps. Then we went to agriculture, and agriculture provided good, healthy food. And if it was managed well, the food stayed healthy. In our current modernized, technologized world, we have killed the soil with pesticides, and we have maximized the food output, making large fruits and vegetables, so to speak, that have little nutritional value. That process of extracting every little bit that we can from every resource on the planet, or drilling for oil, or digging for precious minerals of one sort or another. That process of extraction isn't balanced. It is focused on extraction and utilization and application of those resources without putting anything back into the planet, without renewing the fish populations, without ensuring that if we're going to utilize pesticides, they don't kill off the honeybees, for example. So this extractive mindset itself, we would suggest, is foundational to the problems that we're facing. And that if we fundamentally address that and this tendency to grow, focus on growth without concern for the world and other species and future generations of human beings, by the way, our own children, if we were to shift out of that approach and that mindset, we feel it would be very helpful. Right now, our educational systems and our ways of developing innovation and technologies are designed to help us consume. As the fish populations are collapsing in the oceans, our answer to that as a species is develop better radar to scarf up what's left, or sonar. So that's how we've used technology, rather than finding ways to reintroduce the species that we're rendering extinct. So our educational system, if it's designed to create worker bee people within the existing for-profit competitive capitalistic world paradigm, how can we see that as creating other than more polycrisis? So this, again, is a mindset shift, a shift in consciousness that must be achieved collectively. How we go about that, we're open to. We're trying to build a platform to catalytically accelerate this evolution of consciousness. So our technology has generated faster delivery of products and services, and thus faster consumption, and thus faster generation of toxic waste. So that's a cycle. The world, life in the world is a circle. So higher pollution and less availability to resources while creating new environmental problems is occurring. And that then leads to more technologized extraction focus. Rather than trying to do more with less, consuming less, taking less, and giving more, we're trying to find ways to continue this spiral downwards rather than spiraling upward. And this is a shift in values that must occur in our world. If our value was, if our single superordinate prime value was the health of the planet and in its totality, every species, the planet itself, and us, if that was our highest goal and that drove or defined every decision we made, there would be no polycrisis. We would have a beautiful, thriving planet that was not being overheated, not being polluted, because we would have chosen from a wise set of values. So in our view as an organization, as Amie said in the beginning, we're focused on sustainability, reharmonization, and renewal of the planet while establishing adaptation and resilience to the symptomology of the climate crisis that we have created ourselves. So this is a diagram suggesting that reharmonization of humanity with nature and a shift in human values would result in a shift in human life process globally, where every community evolving and transforming in these fundamental foundational ways. We feel this is potentially our way forward. We're open to hearing any other points of view. We don't know it all. We're just doing our best to try to help. So conservation of existing natural biome species and resources, renewal of the natural ecosystem, restoration of extinct species or at-risk species. We feel that would generate and result in sustainability, resilience, and adaptive capacity for us as a species, which would not be harming of the planet or other species. And we would have the potential to achieve full equal partnership and literal symbiosis with the world and all of its species. Right now, when we build a city, we drive nature out of it. It becomes concrete, steel, and plastic and glass and pavement. That's not a recipe for sustainability. It's not a recipe for reharmonization with the planet. And that mindset that builds cities in those ways, that driving process that's trying to make more, get more, produce more, consume more, and experience more is damaging. If all nations collectively were to focus on global ecosystem health as their primary human value that they operated from, and if all corporations were to focus on reharmonization with nature and renewal in a way that led to sustainability, if the educational systems were to be transformed and technological innovation cycles were to be mapped to a green world, a healthy world, and a healthy ecosystem model comprehensively, we would then develop products and services that are healthy and good for the environment. Can you imagine making cars that are good for the environment? And when they've gone through their entire life cycle, if you throw them into a waste pit, they grow a forest. That might sound like crazy talk. I hope not. That said, continuing on. So full recycling and rejuvenation of the environment via healthy products and services, creating less pollution and no climate crisis. And that means healthy lives for all species in a thriving planet together. It is possible. If we can envision this, we can do it. We can imagine our way through this, as Carolyn was saying so brilliantly. So as an organization, we are, our approach to that is the EmpowerED program, which you folks are all participants in today, as well as the Climate Emergency Response Forum process, or CERF. These are both educational initiatives in very different ways. EmpowerED is bringing brilliant educators who have deep insight into what transformations must occur to the fore in these conversations and allowing engagement on the part of you folks. The CERF programs are designed to bring together local communities in very sophisticated ways to generate solutions to the climate crisis together in a sustained effort. And we've got a model for that CERF workshop process that we want to, we're designing, we're developing, we're architecting the platform. We want to build it so that we will have a support system for these local community efforts so they can share information, they can learn from each other, they can develop tailored or tailorable templates for transformational change in any venue, whether it's India, China, Japan, anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere. So we recognize that we optimally as a species will shift from the old world paradigm to the new world paradigm. The Phoenix platform itself, which is the composite of all of our modules for collaboration and support of collaborative effort and educational efforts, along with the CERF and the EmpowerED programs, that platform is being designed to bridge the gap for humanity globally and locally. We understand that human values in the past have operated from fear and separatism and competition and tribalism, not the indigenous form of tribalism, tribalism from a social tribalism vantage point of us versus them, populism, etc. And even corporate organizations operate from these tribalistic vantage points, an incapacity to love and trust and serve other as equals. For-profit reasons. We're not being critical, we're trying to be descriptive as best we can and to offer a solution. This is our proposed model for the CERF programs and EmpowerED programs delivered globally in any geographical venue and in such a way as to have all local communities roll up into cities, states, regions, nations, and then ultimately to the United Nations. These various SURF programs, as you see along the bottom here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, are designed to implement understanding of AI values, for example, or understand the impact of AI on our children locally, and to be able to offer a venue for conversation and for pushback on policymakers and world leaders to say, we can't let this get away from us. We can't allow AI to wind in harm that we cannot then unwind later, or wind in damage to children and their capacity to relate to one another in a healthy way and build an empowered future together. We can't wind in damage to that and expect to be able to unwind it in the time available. There's so little time now that the climate crisis is now upon us. Empowerment of youth, women, and diversity, we feel, is absolutely vital. We cannot do without it. Half the world is women. How can we expect to solve the climate crisis if we hamper or diminish or limit or don't empower half of our population? It's logical. It's illogical to assume that. There will be necessities of reskilling and creating new green jobs for the next 100 years, probably. At local levels, there needs to be a system in place to generate that, to educate those people, and to allow them to find themselves in the new coming world, that however it is developed and whatever its dynamics. We do need resilience and sustainability. Oh, sorry. We do need resilience and sustainability. We must adapt or people will die. Being quite candid, there will be massive climate migration. We can plan for climate migration. We can train and educate and reskill people that are going to be moving to other countries, and they can be met with gratitude rather than with fear and distrust. We can make climate migration a part of the solution rather than being a massive, irreconcilable, and disruptive problem. We need a system to allow that capacity to be realized. There's 130 million or so people in Bangladesh. Bangladesh, a large portion of it might be underwater by 2050. They're going to need to migrate. They need to be prepared. We need to be prepared to receive them. We need to work hand in glove with all those at-risk populations in order to give them a space and a place to thrive and to live and bring their children and be honored as equal to every nation that they move to. This whole process, we're doing our best to map to the 17 SDGs of the United Nations, the metrics that they have developed to determine how to transform the world into an optimally sustainable environment while honoring the ecosystem. And so this model is a delivery system for that wisdom, that understanding, that capacity, that care, and that service intention to future generations. And we hope that this will succeed. And this will, as on the bottom down here, it says, this will generate on the ground information. As K. Firth-Butterfield was saying, we need the voices of humanity to be heard. We need a way for their voices to be delivered in detail and summary form to world leaders and policymakers. So this is a system by which all of that collective wisdom and co-creative capacity and votes and hopes and creative ideas for the future can be brought to the fore, brought into the discussion rather than being left out of policymakers' processes. So might I ask how we're doing on time?
We have 8 minutes until our scheduled end time.
Very good. Then I will rush through this. It'll just be on the recording. And does it make sense that in a way the current application of AI in our world is causing a devolution rather than an evolution? If it's dividing us politically, if it's harming our children's capacities to feel good about themselves and develop good relationships, is that a devolution or a de-evolution? And so we feel that AI can be used in constructive ways, and it's vitally important that we choose as nations and as peoples and as individuals that be so, not that we let it run rampant upon us and affect us in detrimental ways. The SURF programs, this is a listing of some of the reasons for SURF, some of the benefits, some of what we perceive to be necessities. And we're open to any other model, by the way. We just feel there must be a model, a standardized way to transform the world into sustainability. By 2050, there may well be 10.5 billion people on this planet, one way or another, whether in squalor and war and pain and suffering, or thriving, loving each other and loving the earth and other species, and caring about the future of their children. It's up to us to make that choice. So these are some positive potential applications of AI in the midst of the poly crisis or the climate crisis. We can utilize AI to catalytically optimize collaborative effort on this planet. We can do that. We have the technology today. It's not some future thing. It's not 6 months from now. This very day, we have the technology to do that. We can collaboratively work together to create green solutions. We have the technology to do that today. So anyone that would say, oh, well, that seems, you're trying to boil the ocean, or that's pie in the sky, they're watching humanity boil the ocean today and sitting back and ignoring it. So we're simply striving to develop a scalable enough system that's organized enough, honoring and democratic enough, and supportive enough of current and future generations for perhaps for the next 100 years, so that we have a chance, so that future generations have a chance, and that the million species that we spoke of that might go extinct by 2050 have a chance. We're trying to rescue the future. So I want to thank you for your patience and your kindness and hearing this. Sorry to rush through it. I hope it had some utility. You folks are wonderful for being here. You're absolutely appreciated, and we're working for you. Our intent and our hope is that we can benefit all of your lives as an organization, and we're hoping that both the EmpowerED and the SURF programs will accomplish those goals. And please, any questions, go ahead.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Any thoughts, questions, or reflections? The floor is open.
John, I just want to first thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Let me fix this.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
There we
you.
go. Okay, perfect. So first of all, I just want to thank you, John. I so appreciate and honor everything you're doing, and the whole staff, everybody here that's been part of this, creating this organizationally, everybody who's showing up. I'm so grateful to have found this. I want to give a shout out to Trish and Healerverse, which turned me on to this event here today so I could be here. We'll talk more later, John. I don't know if you remember, we actually met about 10 or 15 years ago at an expo, and really resonated with everything that we're talking about at the time. And it's just kind of amazing coincidence that we're back together again in this conversation. But at the same time, there's so much resonance, and everything you guys are doing are speaking the language that I'm all about every day. So I totally honor and appreciate that. And one of the things that you've been sharing as I've been reading your website and materials you've been putting out recently in preparation for this is this consciousness shift. And I want to kind of just have you share for a moment, if you will, about where and how you feel like we can generate this consciousness shift throughout humanity. One of the areas that I've been focusing on lately, and again, we'll dive in deeper offline, but it's how we can create a new form of collective consciousness, which, or I should say collective commerce, which embeds that collective consciousness practice, so that we can be practicing supporting others around us and create a positive feedback loop of revenue that's coming back to us as we support others, and be in a practice of how do I support this person? How do I support this business? How do I support these entities to be able to practice this consciousness shift of, instead of how can I get the most that I can for the least, which is, you know, the paradigm that's driving our society, which, as you know, leads to exploitation. And as long as that is the incentive structure within our society, it's kind of like all the rest of us are swimming upstream against a tide that's only flowing in one direction, which is, you know, how do we create more and more exploitation and create more and more profit? So instead of us all swimming upstream, how do we reverse the incentive structure so that the incentives are to actually cooperate and collaborate, and our whole society can move powerfully in that direction?
Thank you. That's a vital question. But if you're familiar with Buckminster Fuller, one of his quotes, and I'm paraphrasing here, was basically, don't try to change current systems, develop a new model, and the new model will be demonstrably superior to the old model. And then it will be adopted. So that's why and this is not a plug for our platform. This is just our view as in terms of a paradigm. Absent a platform that integrates and synthesizes knowledge, expertise, transdisciplinary experts, information, and technology to generate holistic solutions that really are harmonious with the planet, that are verifiably so. Absent that collective effort, we've all got pixels on the screen or pieces of the puzzle, and they're not the whole puzzle. They don't show us the whole image of what's necessary for sustainability, reharmonization, and renewal to occur. So that fragmentation is keeping us from making a collective transformational change. So we're designing the platform so that we can bring together these views, synthesize them, synergize them, and produce a whole new model of life for humanity. If we take any portion of it and say, oh, we want to make a green economy, or we want to make a green solution, or we want to work to make a green city, all of those are worthy, necessary efforts. And they don't culminate in a capacity to say, this is all the necessary information to define a new roadmap for humanity that takes into account every detail and dimension of what is required for that collective shift in consciousness to occur. One of its core elements will be education, certainly. And there will be spiritual elements of it, because 90% or more of the world has some spiritual or religious affiliation or orientation. It will include masculine and feminine perspectives in a balanced way, because half the world are masculine, half are feminine. It will be based in love and kindness and care. There's got to be a prototyping space, a gestational vessel, if you will, a space for this collective evolution of consciousness to mature, and rather than having it co-opted for-profit or competitive reasons. And how many platforms, how many social media platforms are currently being taken over by AI algorithms to generate more money, to generate division, to affect politics, to create more drama videos or conflicted false information, misinformation, to draw people's attention and to defunctionalize the species, to defunctionalize our capacity to respond. It's like, if you've seen documentaries where they shoot an elephant with a dart and it becomes unable to stand, it's been anesthetized and defunctionalized. That is, in a way, the effect of these misapplication of AI in our world. It's diminishing our capacity to respond rather than enhancing it. So how we utilize technology across the board is absolutely necessary. So the last statement on this platform, if all of the latest technologies and all of the latest information and knowledge and all of the most creative understandings on the part of humanity are brought together with the single superordinate goals of, or the goal of a healthy world and arrived at by a sustainability, renewal, and reharmonization of the planet, then that's, and on that platform also a constant support system for evolving values of all the participants on the platform and aligning them, an alignment system, generating what we would call murmuration. If you've ever seen a flock of birds or a fish move as one, that's murmuration. We've lost that as a species. We're anti-murmurating. We need to learn how to align and organize, orchestrate, collaborate, and move as one for the common good. And we see this whole world situation as creating that realized necessity of evolving into that new capacity, which is really an ancient capacity. We just have lost it. Sorry for the long-winded answer. It's a great question. Please.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Julie?
Thanks. I'm
Okay.
thinking about the three speakers today and the topics and their topics, beginning with the idea of global citizenship education that involves ethics and to a certain degree the recognition of other and empathy. And I'm thinking about Carolyn Hickman's presentation and about Kay Firth with the caveat that AI cannot have empathy, and let's not kid ourselves. And that said, I do feel that if we were to fill the data with the perspectives and the hearts and souls of people on the planet, we can slide that. Using a platform such as Phoenix, we can definitely change the lens and change the focus to at least reflect some degree of perspectives that do contain empathy.
I completely agree. The difference is that those systems then become a delivery system for wise, discerning, conscious information that's facilitative of health and thriving in humanity. They're not an interface that is trying to emulate humanity. They're trying, if we utilize AI to accentuate our highest, best qualities, then we evolve as a species. We become more capable, more loving, more kind, compassionate, and caring, and service-oriented. If we try to put that effort or the attainment of that on an AI system, then and ask it to be more than it can be, that would not be a wise application in my view. That said, this wise generation of technology, and it's not just AI, there's innumerable technologies. Genetics is accelerating incredibly, and obviously new forms of energy production. All of these need to be stewarded wisely and caringly, and in a mode of alignment with service to humanity and to the planet as equals. And so that quality of leadership, the leaders of the world were not trained to lead in the time of the climate crisis or the poly-crisis. They literally were not trained to do that. And we don't have a system for training leaders. We're looking at doing that on the Phoenix platform too, to train future leaders and to bring in young people, educate them, empower them, give them tools and resources, and let them lead, let them solve it, not put it on them unilaterally, give them all the resources they need, and then get the heck out of their way. Carrie.
Agreed, and thank you. I'm really grateful for this conversation and those that have come to share these wisdoms with us so that we can take what they've shared and plant seeds throughout the world with this knowledge. And I've been to a few of these, But I really want to especially thank those that have come and those that can help us carry this conversation. So Andrea, Anne-Marie, Ben, Daniel, Dorothy, Enoch, Hannah, Jared, Mary, Mel, Michelle, Nasal, Naglum, Riley, Sheila, Terry, you especially, thank you so much for being here. Some of these names are familiar, but yours aren't as familiar to me. And thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I said that wrong, but we're really, really grateful you came. And please share these seeds and help us plant some if you'd like. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Carrie. Well, I think we've done it for today. This was awesome. Thank you all so much for participating. I think we just, yeah. We did great. Thank you all so much. And yes, like Carrie said, let's continue the collaboration as much as possible. As we all know, this is an emergency. And I'm just going to share a quick closing slide for some talking points of how you can continue to engage with us. And thank you, John, for that awesome presentation. It was so great.
It may be an emergency, but we have to center ourselves as if it's not.
Right. And we are. And we learned that from Carolyn. Oops. Sure. Yeah, give yourselves a pat on the back for being here to support the future generations and to develop new collaborations so we can do that effectively. So we are developing an internship program. I think John mentioned about supporting youth with tools, and that would be part of that. So feel free to reach out to us using the link that's in the chat of our email. Oh, it's not a link, it's probably just an email address. And we will be in touch. If you feel free to reach out if you're interested, and we'll be in touch. Volunteering, we need more support. So if you want to contribute, whether it be in any way, just let us know and we will be happy to find how that will fit. And we have a short survey. It's only 3 questions, but it'll help us get more engaged. So if you want to fill out that survey, it's also a link in the chat. We have another summit planned for October. So these what you just experienced happen 4 times a year, at least. Maybe there'll be more in the future. That said, we would love for you to register and participate at the next one, and feel free to share with us speakers you think you'd want at these summits, or share the summit with your network. We'll send the recording to you soon, so you can share with anyone who wasn't here who you think that would want to see what we just experienced. And John shared about the Phoenix platform, and there's more information on our website. And you can check it out there. We have videos on YouTube that share about it as well. So there's lots of ways to learn about the Phoenix platform. There's documents, there's videos, and you can also ask. We have an AI function on our website, so you can actually ask it questions as well. And lastly, donate. Your financial contributions would be so helpful. We are a nonprofit organization. We rely on a lot of contributions from supporters like you. So if you have any availability to do that, you can scan the QR code or use our donation link, which is in the chat, I believe. So those are all of my last bits. And
put the Friday speaker form in the chat as well, because there are people here who would be interested in presenting about what they're doing at one of our global solutions forums every week. So that link says speak at WSS Friday Forum if anyone's interested.
Yes, we have like mini summits every Friday. It's like the EmpowerED shorter version, only an hour on Friday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific. So feel free to apply to speak there and also to attend and learn more with us every week. And with that, I hope you all have an amazing night or day and know that we can be the change we wish to see in the world.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Have a great weekend. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.